Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Please let me know in the Discord chat that you can hear me loud and clear. Yes, Dana, loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear. Okay, good. Well, welcome Inner Circle family to module 4 of the Ultra High Ticket Closers. Now, who is ready? Yes. Now, if you are truly ready, then let's put Ultra in the chat. Yes, Ultra ready. Okay, good. Well, without further ado, let me bring on one of your instructors for today. His name is Gael. Gael, are you with us?
Inner Circle, yes, I am, Dana. It's good to be here. Looking forward to a great class today.
All right. And we have no one else than Adam Nasser with us as well. So, Inner Circle family, let's get up that energy and let's welcome to the call Adam Nasser.
Inner Circle, how are you doing, guys? You ready for an amazing class? Who has been here last module when we were deconstructing, we were role-playing? What were your main takeaways? Put in the chat.
Ooh, let's see. I see William says
gatekeepers.
gatekeepers.
Call logo high, wonderful.
See gatekeepers, follow-up sequence.
Fantastic. Now, who would have loved to be able to not only deal with gatekeepers in such an amazing way, but also transfer that proficiency, that finesse to closing a CEO, to closing the big guns? Who wants to be able to close exactly those people with the same finesse and the same prowess? Oh, that's nice. I see a lot of people want that. Fantastic. Well, in this case, without further ado, let me introduce the man of the hour for today. Some of you, I hope all of you, will know him as the Sarge, a great go-giver, one of the best closers the Denlock organization has ever seen. Are you ready? Desmond, can you join us? Sarge, give him a hand of applause. Let's go.
Ultra high ticket closers. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to serve. Now, are you ready? You have gone through 3 weeks. We've talked about the hybrid of B2B closing, how it is different, another high ticket skill that you can stack on your belt, should you choose to. It can open a lot of doors. It can bring you a lot of wealth, but it's a different game. And yet, at the same time, it is not. It is still closing. So type in the chat, are you ready to learn how to close and ascend from that typical salesperson to becoming the trusted advisor that gets the deal, all while closing B2B? Type in the chat, say, I'm ready. Wow, I can see a lot of you already typing in the chat very quickly. Now I'm looking at the attendance and I don't know if Sifu was here. Maybe he is, maybe he's in the chat. Maybe he's secretly posing as someone that you may not recognize. I don't know about that attendance. I see it creeping up there. Adam, what do you think? Do you think that we should continue the class? Gael, what do you think? Do you think we should continue the class if the attendance is not quite there?
Yeah, with that few people there, should we even bother? If only a few people show up?
It's probably not worth it. Maybe nobody is really keen in closing deals with B2B C-suite influencers and C-suite executives, yeah?
Yeah. With the way the current climate and economy is right now, who thinks that B2B sales are actually more important in this current day and age compared to the small business owners? Who thinks that B2B sales, being able to navigate through the multiple gatekeepers, working really hard with a team, just like that dragon boat photo you saw in class 1, working synergistically with other team members, finding multiple touch points so that you can get into the company to get the appointment and then only to find out that you're not able to actually bring it home. Who thinks that's important? It's probably going to be the most important step for you. So before we begin, let me introduce some of the co-instructors and why you should be paying attention to them as well on the class this evening. We will humbly share with you. Do we have your permission to share with you our experiences? Say yes. Okay, good. Now, I'm not going to force you to follow everything that we talk about. These are experiences compiled not only from ourselves, but from many others. We have consulted with B2B specialists, mentors, speakers who have spoken on stages to countless enterprise-sized companies, Fortune 500 companies, and I've seen the pattern. I've applied the patterns, and their co-instructors, who are your brothers in arms as well, have applied this in real life, outside of the HTC community, in real life enterprise deals, and continue to do so. Not everything we're going to talk about is going to make sense at first. Similar to HTC, when you first joined it, or when you first started closing, it didn't fully make sense. All we're asking you to do is empty your cup, come with an empty slate, start to first pick up on some of the tactics, then the strategy, but always think at a higher level. You want to eventually get the philosophy. You want to understand why. When you start to do that, this is going to feel no different than you maybe driving a car or you brushing your teeth in the morning. It's going to be something that's going to be very subliminal. Can you see yourself already doing that? Say yes. Okay. So this evening I'm joined by Adam and then followed by Gael. Adam, why don't you quickly introduce yourself? Not everyone knows who you are. I know you're very participative and very, you volunteer a lot in the community, but maybe some members don't really know your full background. What were you doing before? How did you get involved in B2B, and how has it impacted your life? Maybe how do you think your story may relate to some of those who might be listening right now, to perhaps even paint a picture of what they could possibly do? Go ahead.
Sure. So yeah, basically I have already a B2B background, because before I became self-employed as a hypnotist, and I mainly coach B2B people, I was working in a corporate environment. I was doing small business sales, corporate enterprise sales, and coaching people on how to sell better, actually, with the hypnosis techniques I learned. And from there, I slowly but surely climbed up. Once I learned HTC, I learned the B2C sales. Then I joined the BizDev team, where we did some great work together, Desmond. And from there, then now we are doing the B2B sales for the Denlock organization. And from there on, I learned that the classical way of sales that we learn in the B2C is vastly different than a B2B background and a B2B sales cycle, a B2B conversation. You need way more business acumen. And personally, I noticed that the moment I started to learn B2B and do B2B for the Denlock organization, I noticed that my business acumen skyrocketed. I noticed that my prowess skyrocketed. I was starting to read articles about business. I was reading articles about what is going on in the world, the Wall Street Journal, and so on. I noticed the differences that happened there. So, and I noticed also that the best closers in the world, they have a certain way of talking. Like, put in a chat, like, have you noticed that the best closers that you hear in the classes, the role plays, they have this certain edge that you can't really put the finger on. Why is that? Like, why is that happen? Like, why are they so good? What makes them good? And I deconstructed that. I was focusing on it. I was understanding it. And today I want to share that with you too.
Fantastic, Adam. Thank you so much. Now, Adam, would you say that even in the corporate world, I remember you sharing some stories with me about some of the politics you put up with. Today, that's not the purpose of, we're not going to go into the politics. We're going to show you and give you. Now, keep in mind, this class is going to be broken into two parts. So today we're going to cover the 30,000-foot view. We're going to give you the framework, a lot of assignments. Get ready to roll up your sleeves. This is going to be these classes are going to be very practical. In fact, we may even decide to trash some of the slides halfway through and just focus on the role play. We'll stay on until you guys get it. Does that sound fair? This is going to be something where you're going to have time to practice in the dojo. And by next week, heck, we might only have 2 or 3 slides. It's just going to say role play, role play, role play. Who likes that? Okay, Gael, why don't you share with us a bit about your background?
Thank you, Desmond. For those who don't know me, yes, indeed, I'm Gael Tang, your brother from season 11. And you may have seen me on the Facebook chat. I have been in B2B technology sales for about 12 years, and at various roles, from individual contributor as an account executive, eventually moved up to a regional manager role in a large multinational corporation. And all I do is closing deals with enterprise businesses. This class today, I'm going to share with you a lot of tactics, blueprints, tools that are used in the field by large enterprises to close those large deals. So who's ready for that? Who's ready to know and to use the blueprints that large corporations use to close those large transactions? Have you ever wondered how Microsoft, Salesforce, Amazon, on the business side, I mean, how do those large companies manage to sell and keep selling day after day? Surely they're good at marketing, but they must have a process. They must have a sales process in place to disseminate in the sales team. And that's what I'm going to share with you today. I hope you're excited.
Gael, can you also share with them what was the message? You know, maybe paraphrase it if you don't remember the exact phrase that you said to me, but you sent me a private message after we finished Ultra High Ticket Closer class number 1. What did it say in that message?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here, Desmond. The message said, so the first class of UHTC was a big eye-opening for me. When Desmond went through the whole mindset shift of B2B closers. And that was the first time for me that I've connected so much with what HTC does, with what Tim Denlock does, because it resonated very well with my background. After all the HTC classes, Inner Circle classes, Dinner with Dan, masterminds, I don't know, but for me, the first UHTC class delivered by Desmond was the one that really touched my heart and made me raise up my hand. And eventually I joined the B2B sales team with Adam, Desmond, and a few others that you would be familiar with. So to your point, Desmond, the reason why I'm here is entirely thanks to you. And thank you again for that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Humbly, thank you very much. You know, I didn't ask Gael to say that to stroke my ego. In fact, I'll read you the exact message that Gael sent me. He says, on April 14th, he sent me a message right after the class at 11:06 p.m. Vancouver time. Thank you, Desmond, for the UHTC class today. Gael Tang from season 11 in Singapore here. I have to say, with all the HTC, HTCIC, masterminds, DWD, etc. I've attended, I've never felt more in line with what HTC and TDL, Team Denlock, do than with your delivery today. I've been in SaaS, B2B sales for 12 years in corporate. And when I first joined HTC, I thought it was a sales training program for salespeople. And to my surprise, when I met the brothers and sisters at CIB last year, I noticed that almost no one came from a sales background. I felt out of place for a while. I love sales, I love closing, but I've always wondered if HTC was fully in line with who I am, a tech biz dev guy and a closer. Your class today realigned why I'm in HTCIC and reinforced the fact that I'm in the right place. For that, a massive thank you, Desmond, Gael. Now, why did I share that with all of you? How many of you actually have had experience in B2B? Type in the chat, just let us know, and just type us what industry was that in? What sort of B2B where you're dealing with not just a single consumer? There we go, we got Sean. Definitely Sean has been with us in B2B, owns his own companies, taken companies public. Okay, telco with Adam. John, yes. Technology. Kyle, point of sales. Search engine marketing, Aaron. PPE industry, Stanley. James, yep, SMB, telecommunications. Edward, B2G, educational technology. Bogdan, civil engineering and real estate, yes. John, telecom mostly. Bobby, Xerox, GE, medical equipment. Jose, healthcare. Chris, financial services. So you can see there's a broad spectrum here. Tonight, we're going to try to give you a framework that some of you may find familiar, and then they're going to be one of those aha moments. As Sifu always taught me, you want to find the small hinge that swings a big door. There's also just like when we read books. How many of you know how many books Sifu reads? When I say Sifu, I mean Dan Lok. For those of you who are not familiar with the term, but Dan Lok, how many books does he read on a weekly basis? Type in the chat. 1 book a day, 3 to 5, 5. I think it varies. On average, I would say it's about 3 books a week. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Now, is it about reading the books? What is Sifu or what is Dan Lok trying to accomplish when he reads those books? How does he read the books? Who can tell me and type in the chat? Implementation, extract the knowledge for action. 3 things to implement. Good, Aaron. Yes, good, Adam. Picks out the important points and implement. So we're going to apply that same level of philosophy to tonight's class and all the other classes, the ones delivered by Rich, the ones delivered by Sean, the ones delivered by Joel, the ones delivered with Felix and James. All these classes, bring it all together. I want you to think of something called the shopping cart analogy. Now, when you go shopping, hopefully, you're not going into the supermarket to buy everything, right? You're going into the supermarket to just buy what you need, something that you can consume within a few days. Otherwise, it goes bad in your fridge or maybe on your kitchen counter. Some frozen items could last a little bit longer. But again, the point is, the philosophy is, when you go to the supermarket, you are going there to get something that you need. So in tonight's class, there may be an overwhelm of information. You don't need everything. That's fine. Leave in the supermarket. Put only in the basket what you need. And then when you're done, you can take it, you can apply it, come back, listen to the replay. It may be more applicable to you in different situations. Keep an open mind. This is what we talk about, having an open cup, having that empty cup, so that when you're in different B2B scenarios, it might trigger something in your mind. You might be, oh yes, we actually did that in a class. Or you might be getting ready for an appointment that's coming up in the next couple of weeks, possibly even next week or within 24 hours. And this class tonight may be what you need to just bring the deal over. Can you see that happening? Say yes in the chat. Great. Okay, so moving on. UHTC recap, module 1 to 3. I promise you today is going to be an engaging class. We're checking, we're taking notes. Gael and Adam, make sure Dana take notes. Let's see how many people can get some good points here. Class number 1, the hybrid approach to B2B selling. Pop quiz. Who remembers what was covered in class 1? Now, before you type in the answers or as you're typing, I'll keep talking here. The reason I'm using this is because in my past, over the years, past 43 years, I've met numerous people. Many of you have been on a Zoom with me where I had my camera on, and you can see I've got a bookshelf behind me. This bookshelf contains probably close to about $10,000 worth of books. Really, I've actually priced it all out. I measured it one day. I got Emerald, and I decided to, figure out what the average price was. Now, if I was super Emerald, I would have made a spreadsheet. I would have, calculated, gone on Amazon. Oh, this book is not $18 anymore. It's $17.93. Don't forget the GST and add the tax. It would have been. No, I didn't do it that way. I just kind of ballparked it. $15, $17, $20, right? So I was kind of sapphire, kind of emerald. And I calculated all the books on my shelf here, and it values probably about close to $10,000 just in the book values alone. So I've spent $10,000 of hard-earned money, or well-earned money, high income skill money to acquire these books. Now, are these books there for show, or are they meant to increase my skill, your skill, the books on your shelf, so that you can get results? High income skills, Dana or Gael, Adam, help me read some of the comments. Sometimes you feel free to unmute at any time and read so that I can, it's harder for me to always see the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, people really were good at this. Like they were going. William was saying like the habits of UHTC. We see people going the UHTC myths and truths. Justin said that. Yeah, bogged down like low ticket closer versus high ticket versus ultra high ticket. Then what do you see too?
I see
You took a
mindset.
screenshot of your bookshelf desk.
It looks like
mindset
it looks like one of those Harry Potter libraries. You know, you've seen those magical movies where you walk in. Yeah, it looks like that. Dana, go ahead.
Increase skill a few times. Common mistakes. How to involve the stakeholders.
So why is this important? Because when I've met someone, let's just use an example here, okay? How many of you have read the book Jeb Blunt? Let me see, what's the title? Jeb Blunt. Yeah, which one, right? Which one is it? Now, I purposely did that. I just want to see who was the first one to type a title. Many of you be like, oh yeah, Jeb Blunt, I've read his book, Fanatical. Okay, great, fantastic. Pop quiz. What's on chapter 5? What's in chapter 3? Name me one thing without cheating. Don't open the book. What's in the book? What is one thing that you've actually taken from the book and applied? Let's see what people are typing. 30-day rule, numbers, golden hours. Okay, expand on that. What is golden hours?
I see consistent prospecting.
Okay.
Number
So it's nice to type that. Are you applying it? Are you actually using it in your day-to-day? Oh, Sean, I know is good. Sean always beats me at a lot of these things. Don't ever get on a game with Sean. He's very fast at getting the answers. I've learned firsthand. Okay. Bridging. Okay. Yep. Anything else? Golden hours. Yep. So what are the golden hours? Benjamin, type in the chat. What is the golden hours?
I see filling the pipeline, time blocking.
5 C's of social selling. Okay. Q, break that down. What is it? Now, don't be cheating. I know some of you are already opening your book. I can just see it. Maybe I'm like Sifu. I've got cameras in your house. Okay. What is something that Jeb puts in the 4 objectives of prospecting? Now, this is not a prospecting class. I just wanted to drive a point here about the content that you consume becomes useless. Just like the food you buy at a supermarket, it has a shelf life. If you don't apply it, if you don't consume it and don't use it, it rots. And then you have to end up just throwing it away. You wasted your money. Okay, so class number 1, let's quickly go through and see what you remember. We talked about the hybrid. Now, class number 2, what did Rich talk about? Who remembers what's the image that he used in class number 2? A tree. Good. Who remembers the levels of the tree? Okay, roots. I see trunk, roots. Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think almost everyone knows what a tree is, but at least you can remember what a tree is. Now, explain to me, what are the roots? What's the trunk? What are the branches? What are the leaves? So if you type branches, type dash or equals what? If you type roots, type what? And Sean was on there with Rich. So Sean, don't answer the question. We know you'll get the answers. Trunk. Okay. Develop what? Mindset. Very well done, Renu. But mindset, what else? Motivations, mindset, strategy, tactics. Good. Mindsets of a ultra high ticket UHTP. Roots are the motivators. Good, good. Strategies, branches. Yes. Oh, some of you are opening up your notebooks now, I can see. Going back, flipping the pages, frantically looking for class 2. Okay. What about class 3? Let's talk about class 3. I know we had part 2, they gave some examples. Actually, let's talk about class 2, part 2. What was it mainly surrounding? Have you actually implemented it? Let's see. Part 2. QC. What does QC stand for, William? FCC. What does it stand for? Word associations. Yep. So QC, FCC, that was class 3, right? We're just going to go backtrack a bit. Module 2, part 2. See who remembers. Rich was still teaching it. Part 2, module 2, part 2. I'll give you guys a hint. It's something to do with, there we go. Dahlia got it. Video pitch. Okay. So giving examples of messaging and using ultra video prospecting. See, if you don't remember this, why is it important that I'm bringing this up? It means that maybe you haven't digested it. It's going to be very hard for Adam and Gael, myself, to even give you some of the closing. Now, maybe some of you don't need that. You might be in an AE position, but it's good to know these things. So I'm calling you out. Don't be embarrassed. This is with good love here. This is hard love, but it's good love. It means that you have not fully gone back. Be honest. Just type in the chat. Just be really honest. I would actually respect honesty. Who has actually gone back and listened to the entire replay of class 1, 2, and 3, all parts? I appreciate the honesty, Ivan. You said I've not. Stanley says I haven't. Patrick says not me. Okay, so we're a family here. We're a team here, right? When in ultra high tech closing, it's a team effort. Now, remember that dragon boat photo I showed you? If we're not practicing, if we're not all in sync, what happens? What position do we get? Who remembers that photo that I showed? What was the one thing about the first place team that caught your eye? Working together, they were in sync, unity. So I'm going to challenge you between this class and part 2, because we're going to tie it all together. Are you going to at least go back? Commit to at least going back. Pick one of the classes. I'm not asking you to go through all 3 because there's multiple parts in 2 and 3. So there's 5 altogether. You got class 1, you've got class 2 part 1, class 2 part 2, class 3 part 1, class 3 part 4. Pick one and go through it again. Find something that gives you an aha moment and implement. I'm already giving you a first assignment. Okay, who can do that? Type in the chat. Dana, take notes. Gael, take notes. I'm seeing a lot of yeses, me's, will do's. Mohammed, I know your number. Okay, well done. So let's keep moving on. Adam.
Yeah, Mazran Nizam. He's a fellow C9 brother, just like me. Repost again my achievement without photo. Boom, boom, boom. 5 calls, 8 emails. Hard work pays off. Finally, I've closed a 7-figure deal, which is $2,298,000 US in a private placement trade program for 40 weeks in banking instrument. I was exceptionally on an emotional ride when the deal was successful because it is not easy to deal with long sales cycles, especially in B2B. But I believe in myself. I have faith in myself. I know the God is on my side and I'm fearless. I wouldn't have made it through if without the implementation that I've learned from UHTC. Borrow Sifus believe, trust the process. We are closer than we think. Your brother Nizam, season 9. Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing. Like a $2 million deal.
Yeah,
Guys.
that's 2 million. That's with 2 commas. Okay,
Yes.
Gael.
That's a good number there. Here's one from Greg. 24K boom, the power of your B2B network. When we're just talking about the old Rolodex, 4 calls to a close, the abridged version. Total timeline to close, around 2 months. Call number 1, VP Global Market Development, Fortune 500 company. Call number 2, Frank and I connect. Once again, rapport is critical and goes well. Frank is cordial, yet astute and focused. Following the overview of the offering, it jumps right into questioning. Sifu key learning in today's day and age and in this market, know your stuff and know it well. He is a strong balance between tech and business savvy. Call number 3, VP of Marketing, Emerald, which is interesting. She's sharp and seems interested in the program, but gives me the heart to deflect objection. And unfortunately, she has engaged with another organization similar to the one I'm representing. And her budget is already allocated, but perhaps we could do something in the second half of the year. Call number 4, we reviewed the offering briefly and I followed up with our agreement in the email. She responded with a signed copy from Frank that day, asking if she could put the first payment on a credit card to expedite getting the ball rolling. My takeaway, don't be attached to the sale. It is fundamental HTC, but don't let that little bastard of a lower self creep in with his whispering of self-doubt, negativity, and desire to tell the prospect to screw off. Take the high road, the HTC road. It will pay off in the long run. Now, if you look at this, what do you notice? What's the common points between those B2B achievements? I don't see the chat.
What do you notice? Everyone type in the chat there. Long sales cycle, persistence. Actually, let me just go back a slide. You guys can look at it again. Lots of nuggets gold here. This is not one of those testimonial slides only. There's something that you can see here.
I see months of time, consistency, self-belief, multiple calls and people, not backing down to the fear. Follow
Bobby.
up.
Yeah, Bobby said detachment as well too, right? Renew said detachment to the sale. Good. Multiple calls. So we're going to cover some of these things. I want you to understand that B2B closing is still closing. At the end of the day, it's still closing. Still think of yourself as the doctor, but in B2B, in ultra high ticket closer, we call it the trusted advisor. Can you see the connection? Being the doctor and prescribing in HTC, well, in B2B, you are the trusted advisor, and now you're having to deal with multiple stakeholders. So who remembers this slide from class 1? The creator. Read along with me, okay, as I go through, just to refresh your memory. What's the creator's role? What's their primary interest? They want a return on investment. They drive the agenda forward. They're finding or creates a budget. So who do you think in general is a creator within a company? They could be different types of roles. Generally speaking, what do you think a creator is? Could it be the CFO? Is it the founder? Now, before you answer all the questions, and again, there's no right or wrong answers. Sometimes they could be multiple individual stakeholders. It could even be a shareholder of a company. It could be someone that has some sort of interest in the company. What about the ruler? Primary interest, allocation of the best use of funds. Get them involved early to learn decision criteria, has the ultimate sign-off. Now, this one I think is pretty straightforward. In most cases, in larger corporations, it's a CFO. Now, who knows what is, generally speaking, what kind of companies have a CFO? Would that coach that you saw recently online launching his, follow my 3-step process and I will coach you on how to attract the law of attraction. Would a person like that have a CFO? I'm not saying they won't ever, but probably not right now. So let's put a dollar value to make it easier. Most companies at what gross revenues usually would require a CFO? Let's see who knows. William says multi-million. John says 1 million and up. 1 to 5 million. Cirlo says 10. So I'm seeing a lot of different things, 100 million. So you might think actually 1 million is a sweet spot. Even at the 1 million level, you're still dealing with an accountant, an external, even CPA, not really even a CFO. CFOs don't normally come in until a company is about 5 million plus. 5, 10 million, then you're involving a CFO. It does not justify having a full-time CFO in the company, right, when they're managing. So in general, now how does that tie in with B2B sales? Well, in most B2B transactions, you are generally dealing with SMBs. You're dealing with small, mid-sized businesses, right? And that's where the sweet spot, it's usually around that 5 million and up, where they have anywhere from more than 10 employees, 10 people, on their books. Yeah, exactly. Smaller companies generally have a controller. Exactly, Bobby. You have accountants, then you have a controller, then you have a CFO, right? So we're not going to go into all the financial talk there, but it's important to understand that there is a ruler. In B2B sales, it's absolutely critical to get the buy-in of the ruler. Okay, let's talk about the explorer. Primary interest, evaluating the purchase from an operating and personal perspective. So they ask, will this work here or will this work for me? In general, who's the explorer? Okay, pay attention. Some of these things here, personal perspective, you're going to understand because with each of these individuals, sometimes the way you close them will determine on 3 different levels, which we'll cover in a few more slides here. Being able to communicate to them at their level, just like for those of you who have gone through high ticket closer, HTC, there are 3 levels of pain. There are 3 levels in B2B closing as well. Okay, it's important to remember these names, these roles. Now the Sage, what about the Sage? Sage is getting the project approved by helping you succeed personally. Will support you and on your quest and help you to navigate. Now, the Sage, would you say the Sage is someone that's very important? Someone that you nurture and build a strong relationship with? The Sage is your insider in the company. They're the ones that are normally, they're going to give you the inside information on what the ruler needs, the CFO, the accountant, the controller needs, or even the CEO might need. What are the stakeholders? Who are the people opposing it? When are the budgets? When, is it going to be a CapEx or is it going to be OpEx? All these kind of questions that you may not be able to directly ask. Maybe you have an appointment booked with the CFO as the final decision step and you need to get in there. The Sage is going to help you, give you some insider information. The hero, influencing the action and direction of their team, is the swaying voice that others tend to follow. Now, the hero and the Sage, what's the difference between these two? Why they seem so similar, but what's the difference between the Sage and the hero? Who can tell me? That's right, you want to get the Sage and the hero on your side, Adam says. Sage is account management. Yes, very much more on a sort of herding the kittens together. The hero is more of an influential individual. The hero is more of a charismatic individual, someone that most people like, trust. The Sage is someone people like and trust from their logical because they have a track record, project management. They can see that this is going to benefit, solve a lot of problems, right? So they are, and of course, many times the Sage will also tie into the Explorer. So I'll give you an example. Sage could be a project manager that is communicating to the Explorer, which might be actually at more of a higher level, at a CXO level. Could be a COO, for example. And they're trying to see whether this ties in and it solves the company from a, and then once you have the buy-in of the Sage and the Explorer and the hero, maybe they down the 3 tag up on, they help you to communicate to the ruler. And if the ruler is the CFO and it feels that the risks have been mitigated, then you're able to get the deal done. Now, very simple rule here. I'm going to give you a very simple unwritten rule. If you can get the buy-in of 3 of these individuals, you are in a pretty good place and you have a high probability of closing. Doesn't mean you will close. I've seen deals where you have all 5 buy-in and it still gets kiboshed. And that usually the person that might kibosh it at the very last minute might be the ruler. That actually literally happened to me very recently. I had the creator who wanted to take action. Even had the Sage. But then the ruler came in and kiboshed it. Now, who knows the term kibosh? Kibosh means to completely kill something. It's a Japanese word. It's used in English terminology to mean, to cut the head, to kill something, okay? To destroy something, kibosh. So it's very important that you, ideally, when you're mapping out and you're starting to build that relationship, that's why B2B sales can be anywhere sometimes from minimum, sometimes 1 month, 6 months, even year cycle. Right? During that time, you're nurturing the relationship and you're communicating to each of these different stakeholders in different ways, meeting their needs. So we'll cover that in the next few slides. Let's continue and move to the next slide. Gael.
This is very important. This slide was very important there because that's the reason why B2B sales, B2B deals take a long time, right? Because you have to map those different stakeholders. I'm going to share with you, if you will, an example of how I actually lost a deal because I did not do the proper mapping of the stakeholders. Would you like to hear it? Okay, 3 yeses. About 8 years ago, I was working for a telco company. And what we were doing is we were selling telecommunication solutions to front office trading floors. So if some of you have had the opportunity to be on a financial trading floor, you can picture all of those traders with multiple screens, with this telephone with 2 handsets, a big microphone where they shout the prices at, and a lot of flashing lights. Can you picture it? That's what I was selling. I was selling those communication solutions, connecting the traders between themselves and brokers with a trader. The deal I'm referring to was actually an expansion from a European customer that was a customer from ours in Europe, establishing a new branch office in Singapore with about 20 new users. So it was a no-brainer on paper that the new branch in Singapore would be expanding the same technology that was in Europe. Those of you in technology would understand that for communication systems to speak with each other, it's better for the same technology to be used from, let's say, Paris and Singapore. Integration, correct, Mohammed. So on paper, the deal was often on the table. Okay, new customer here in Singapore, new users, you'll have to deploy the technology. I was put in contact with a project manager. Project manager is the creator, tends to be the person who owns the project. Ruler was the CFO, so we understood who the ruler was back in HQ. Explorer tends to be, so Explorer again is the people who manage, review the process, review the tender, the request for proposal, also known as RFP, RFQ. That tends to be the procurement side, purchasing department. I had my sage. The sage happened to be the creator. So by the way, the 5 characters could be the same person, but my sage was the creator, the project manager. I would say the sage is probably one of the most important stakeholders to have in an account, because unless you have a sage, also call it a champion, the deal will not move forward. You will not know enough about the account and the deal will stall or you will lose. So very early on, try to find the sage. What happened is that I put my proposal in, and for the same solution, eventually it was a long process. I lost the deal, but I only found out 2 or 3 months later why I actually lost it. I had all of the stakeholders, creator, ruler, explorer, sage. I had built a great relationship with my sage, built a great proposal. The technology, the solution was in line, integration was on par. But what I had missed is there was a hero that I didn't map. It was actually somebody in HQ who was strongly, for personal political reasons, was strongly against my solution, my brand, and strongly in favor of the competition. Even though the hero is not directly in the decision-making process, is not part of the signatories of the people who actually sign off the order, he was a strong influencer to the ruler who actually gives the ultimate sign-off. So what did I do wrong? Put in the chat. Let's try and see if you follow where I'm going.
Is this making sense? Do you understand? Can you see that Gael is communicating with a different level of vernacular, or for simpler terms, vocabulary? For no other simpler, easier way of explaining it, this is part of business acumen. To shift into the B2B world, you have to speak the B2B language. Has he already said some things that have gone over your head? Just be very honest, because if we know where you need to improve, then we can help you. Maybe he's talked about things like tender. He's talked about, losing the deal. Do you understand what happened? Can you visualize it in your head? The jargon, yes, per niche. Exactly, Heidi. And without getting too overly analytical, there will be jargon in each niche. Many times, depending on the industry you're in, you will use certain terminologies that can have a synonymous meaning with another word in another industry, but we just don't use it in that industry. Yes, exactly, Bobby. RFP, RFQ. Okay, you're confused. So Sandra, you're confused. Gael, maybe break it down for them a little bit more, so that let's bring them up to the B2B level. Let's show them what these different steps are. I think in the previous slide, even I was showing about the different stakeholders. We talk about how there would be things like contract sign off stage, the PR, PO, the billing, right? Let's talk a bit about those things, those steps, and then we can break it down in tonight's class, so that by the end of the class, at least people have a basic understanding, so that by we go into the next class, part 2, we can actually demonstrate and have you come on and have our brothers and sisters join us and do some role plays together. Don't worry, you don't have to get all of this tonight, but start to acclimate. And we'll give you some bonus vocabulary and glossary terms so that you can also start to acclimate, start to use it in your communication. Okay, Gael, continue.
Yeah, we said it. Tonight is going to be very practical, guys. I'm sharing stories that happen from the field. If you go back to the B2B stories from Masroor Nizam and Greg, why are B2B deals so complex? The reason why they take so much time, and on average, a B2B deal would take at least 2 to 9 months to close. The reason why it takes so much time is because you have to be in front of each and every stakeholders. And you actually have to close each stakeholder. You have to close the creator, you have to close the ruler, you have to close the explorer, you have to close the sage, but I did not close the hero. I did not close the hero, not because I didn't know how to close him, but simply because I was not in front of him. I did not do a proper account mapping and presented the value proposition on what's in it for them, for each role, to go ahead with my solution. So these 5 stakeholders, and it's not limited to those 5, but those are the 5 key ones that will be critical in increasing your chances of closing a B2B deal. And you got to think about what's in it for each one of them to go ahead with your solution. Because what's driving a CFO in Ruler, the numbers, is not going to be the same thing that what's driving the hero. There was clearly some political aspect there that I did not map. Now, I'm not saying that should I have talked to the hero, I would have closed the deal, but at least I would have been able to better prepare for it.
You may have had a higher you may have had a higher probability, right, Gael?
Correct.
That's right. At least then you don't have someone coming in and kiboshing it, because that hero was not the hero. In fact, that hero was the villain in this case. That hero came in and kiboshed it because you did not get their buy-in. So now, how many of you, just be honest here, after hearing some of this, you're probably going, man, I think I should go back to selling cameras at Best Buy, or maybe I should just go back to some B2C. I think I was doing quite good, going door to door. Door to door doesn't sound so bad as doing some B2B. How many of you still are very keen and excited for B2B? Come on, let's get some energy up here. Type in the chat. B2B can actually be fun. Just type in the chat. Say B2B can be fun. For the Sapphires, they're typing fast. The Rubies are going like, fuck that shit. B2B is where the big boys play. It's where the big gals play. Boom! We bring in 7 figures, 2-8 figures. The pearls, bigger missions. You're going to touch the world. And for the emeralds, just look at the screens in front of you. More than enough numbers for you to crunch. You're in heaven with operations, systems, forms, documents, emerald world. The emeralds are going, give me B2B. I'm not going back to B2C. B2C is for sapphires. No, I can be B2B too. Okay. So, Gael, let's talk about the sales process. This is something everyone wants to focus on. In fact, I would encourage all of you, print this out, put it in front of you as you're getting on calls, as you're in your early days of navigating your B2B. And some of you may already have had some experience with B2B. This will start to make sense. It doesn't always have to be, 6 phases, or even with the 0 phase, actually 7 phases. Some people might break it down to 8, sometimes even 5. Again, that's irrelevant. That's semantics. We're trying to break down here what we see to be very common in most B2B practices, that you generally have these phases. Some phases might be crunched, squished into 1. Sometimes they might spread out into sub-phases. So let's read along with me from left to right, the pipeline generation. So phase 1 is the ultra high ticket prospecting, which we've covered in class 2 and 3. Phase 1, SDR plan of action, FCC, QC appointment, again, class 3. Now you're starting to get into phase 2. Now, Gael, chime in here with me as well, too, as we go through this. Phase 2, usually this is where, when does an AE, when does an account executive step in?
What do you guys think? Why do you think it takes so many phases before getting to the close? The reason for that is because you need to, first of all, map the different stakeholders, but then understand about the decision criteria and decision process before you actually get to the closing meeting with the decision maker, with a ruler, or in many ways, it won't be only one person. In fact, I've never had an experience where a B2B deal involved only one person. And that's the reason why it takes so much time, because a proposal, a solution, would have to go through multiple departments and be signed off, okayed through multiple different levels in order to actually go through. So phase 2 and phase 3 is what we're going to be focusing on today. Phase 4 is the fun part, how to actually use all of this information and close and use it in a closing meeting. And that's something we're gonna spend more time on in part 2.
Yeah, so I want all of you to picture this. If you've gone through HTC or any other kind of sales, in general, we're trying to do a one-call close. In B2B world, it is not impossible to get a one-call close, but I'm just trying to manage your expectations. If you go in with your expectations that it's going to be expecting a little bit of a longer sales cycle, that is going to require multiple touch points, phase 1 and 3 could be merged into just a simple call. It could be a discovery call. It could be a quality control, a qualifying call that you get on. And this is where the teamwork between the SDR handoff to the AE happens. It might be a simple introduction. It might be an introduction to a couple of the stakeholders, but not all the stakeholders. You might have to do phase 3 multiple times. During the phase 3, first contact, before all the economy and the COVID and the travel restrictions, generally, even at the decision process, we would recommend for you to go meet someone face to face. In big deals, outdo your competition. Get on that airplane, get on that train, get on that bus, get on whatever, drive if you have to. Because in the decision process, you want to get to know, you want to find your sage, you want to find who your hero and your sage are in the company, and then have them help you out so that you're getting ready. And this could happen in the first month. You're building the relationship, and then by the time you get to phase 4, now this is when you're actually sitting down. And many times phase 4 will include what? The ruler, right? They'll include those individuals that are going to then start looking at it from an operational standpoint. There's going to be paperwork that needs to be done. That's phase 5, the contracts, the compliance, and provided you can provide all of these things, and it all fits within the budget. It fits within the financial cycle, and it matches the time of the need, you'll get the close. I've closed B2B deals in a month. I've closed B2B deals that took 6 months. I've closed B2B deals that have taken a year. And I can tell you, if I just think back and memorize, remember the different phases, I can put it to one of these things. So anyone who's had B2B experience in the chat, tell me if this is starting to make sense. If this is a simple framework that you can print out, keep it on your wall so that every time you get on a call, if you have to communicate with your team, now you don't have to use this framework, but if you don't have an existing framework already and you have a team that you're communicating with, make sure they understand that when you are having your weekly huddles, daily huddles, and you're talking about the clients that you're working on, what's in the pipeline, which phase are they in? Some of us have different terminology. Sometimes we call it deal stages. What deal stage are they at? Have communications even engaged? I know personally, James, if you're in the chat, actually, maybe why don't we unmute James for a second? James, I know that you and Felix have been working very hard with the B2B team, even internally with Danlock organization. So Dana, see if you can help me to unmute James if he is in the chat.
Yes.
James, are you with us?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, UHTC. Good to see you guys again.
That's right. Now, James, if you missed, James was on the last class. He was on with Joel and he was on with Felix. James has recently stepped up into the role of B2B manager. Very difficult role because it's not about just closing. He now has to herd kittens. He has to get the numbers, the critical OKRs, the KPIs, the numbers that actually get rid of some of the redundancies. And this is not, we keep evolving. Sean was doing it before. He had a tough job. Now, Adam's come in and he's got to also take those numbers. We've got to pivot every time, our creator, our mentor, our founder has changed certain things. We have to pivot with it. So James, why don't you just quickly break down how even a simple thing of communicating the different deal stages, what you and Felix put together, has made a difference with even, say, the communication between the SDRs and the AEs?
So one of the things that, and it's a fair point when it comes down to different points of contact when working with a business owner and decision maker. And with one of the ironing out points that we created to be able to create that synergy example between the SDRs and the AE was actually to bring in joint calls. And this was the opportunity for edification of the account executive. This would also bring in touch points of possibly some items of additional information, or even different pathways that would be a better decision for that business owner or that decision maker to go into a different direction. By having the joint call of the SDRs and the AEs creates that camaraderie, plus it also brings that sale even closer to the finish line with less friction.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, James. It does. So what James just explained there, who can type in the chat? Which phase is that? Which phase is he talking about? Oh, chat's going a little bit slow now. Let's see if you guys are still awake. I don't know. Phase 1 and 2, Bobby. Bobby's very emerald. That's correct. It's actually more phase 1. It's phase 1, but definitely going to the phase 2. It's a short call. It's meant, some people might say, well, why do we have an AE on an SDR call? Because very quickly that tag team, that the team between the SDR and the AE comes in a 10-15 minute call, maybe even 30-minute call. The AE might just say, look, this is probably, we're speaking to the wrong person here, right? Or this person is not a business owner, it's not a good fit. They too small, not meeting the right criteria. I can already see that this will not get passed. It will not get approved, right? So we're spinning our wheels. This is very critical when you start running bigger teams in the enterprise space. You cannot be having your resources spread everywhere. You have to learn to quickly disqualify. So again, it comes down to a decision criteria step. That's the phase 2. Now in the decision process, right? Now that is about understanding what is the decision process. Some of that can be done during the QC. You don't want to go into too much depth there. You want to save that for the AE. Usually I think of phase 3 as the initial discovery call. And James knows this, sometimes I don't close on one call. When you're dealing with big decision makers, I'm finding out about the decision process. I'm asking him, I'm getting all the details about their business, who are the stakeholders, who are the different individuals, okay, what do you need in order to process that? When we know that, then we can set up the next call. Now I'm just overly simplifying this to make it simple. In different industries, it could be different, but I'm trying to make it sound as if it's a 2-call or maybe even a 3-call close. On phase 4, that might be the second call. There might be a second phase 4 where I'm speaking to a different stakeholder. And if we've got everyone in agreement, maybe we even start to create an email thread, or we've got a Slack chat thread these days with some of the newer, younger companies. Then what happens is we're starting to move to contracts. That's when legal team gets involved. That's when CFOs get involved. That's when COOs get involved. And they're the final look over before approving. Okay, so is this making sense? Type in the chat. Can you see how this is different from B2C closing? If you apply this simplified framework, then you'll know where you are. You won't be so desperate for the close. You know that there's multiple steps that needs to be checked off. Follow these steps, build the relationships, get the information. Now, why is that important? Because by knowing that at every step when you're speaking to different stakeholders, the way you communicate to them will position you as the trusted advisor. When you get their buy-in, just like in B2C closing, HTC, when you've got a good sale, a good close, when they say thank you to you. Do you remember that? Do you remember Sifu teaching that? Dan Lok teaching that? Right? When they say thank you, when the prospect says thank you. If you're following these stages correctly, the different stakeholders should be saying thank you to you as well. Or the hero might be referring you or championing for you. The sage might be champion. You know that you're doing things correctly when you're speaking their language and you're hitting them at the 3 different levels, which we will cover next. So moving on. Why be a trusted advisor? Adam, why don't you explain to me, or at least let's cover this. That 60% of sales opportunities end in a no decision. 60%. And this is by, don't worry, it's not a typo. The company name is actually called Serious Decisions. Adam, why are 60% of sales opportunities ending in a no?
Yeah. So the magic here is that when we typed in no decision, just to clarify it for the full chat, it is neither a yes nor a no. So basically, 60% of all decisions end in basically a we'll get back to you. We will not be like let us decide later. Now, Chet, why do you think that is? Why do you think that 60% of all decisions end in no decision? And we know, right? The no decision is the same thing as a no decision. So that's the pun behind that.
Yeah, the dreaded, let me think about it, or the dreaded, I'll get back to you.
Exactly.
Right?
No. Delia says, not all objections has been handled. Renu says, not all stakeholders have a buy-in. Yes. Not able to get all the stakeholders on the same page. Patrick says, not enough emotional attachment from the buyer. Aaron says, not enough trust to speak directly. Maybe not everybody is available. Yes. Now.
So I want you to, Adam, sorry to interrupt really quickly here. So look at your answers right now. Put a bookmark in this because I'm going to share a slide in a couple slides from now that's going to show you a bit of a framework. Similar to if you've taken HTC, we talk about the 3 levels of pain. Who knows what the 3 levels of pain? If you've taken HTC, type in the chat. In B2B, there are 3 levels as well. So type in the chat if you know what. There's a surface level, there is a business level, and then there's a personal level. Yeah, Patrick, well done. Right, so surface, financial, personal, right? Well, in the B2B space, many times you might get the dreaded, I'll think about it, the dreaded, let me get back to you, because usually when you're getting that, you have failed at hitting one of these 3 points. So you just want to hit those 3 points. We'll cover that in a second. Adam, please go ahead and continue.
Thanks. So yeah, the reason why 60% end in that kind of decision is, in fact, drum roll please, because of the misconceptions of the bias research. Emeralds, listen up. You like to do your research, so does any buyer. They have so much power right now. They can use the internet. They can use anything. They know more about the product than some employees do. The problem here is only that sometimes they will be on the wrong end of the information. They will have misconceptions. Maybe there was wrong research out there, wrong information. So they are so overloaded with a lot of information that they actually cannot decide anymore. They are in analysis paralysis. And who has been experiencing that before? Like you wanted to buy something, you did research, and in the end, you didn't do anything because you were just completely overwhelmed with the information.
So in the B2B world, I mean, I'm probably going to share an example here. This is a real life example. So as the, Team Denlock or Denlock organization was growing, we've used hundreds of different software tools. And on 2 occasions, I can remember very clearly, several of the senior team members, people that have been around that were founding, that helped to, literally build things from scratch. We had scrambled. Everyone was very creative, and Denlock had challenged us to find solutions. And so we had a lot of different, let's call it tech stack, different project management tools, different communication tools, different CRMs that we're kind of using and debating on. And we were in the market. We were looking for something. So picture this: when you have, say, an executive team and you have multiple people, some people that might come from different departments, some people that might be from a financial interest, some people that might be from an operation standpoint, some people that might be, hey, I need this exactly for my work from a project management standpoint, but we all couldn't agree. We are doing our research, and in the end, we just didn't make a decision to do anything. We just kept using the same software and tools for, probably longer than we should have. Had we known, and we were doing, a lot of people were doing research. Everyone was doing their own research, coming to meetings, and with those debates and arguments going on about, oh, I like to use this because it's great, but then you're not hitting. When each stakeholder had their own personal individual interests or department interests, they weren't looking at it from a company point of view. Okay, so Adam, please continue. Go ahead and you know, in the end though, when we came together and there was actually, we could figure out and we could start to see how one solution could actually solve a lot of things. We were the dream client. When we eventually went to the provider, the SaaS companies or the software companies that we ended up using, we were the dream buyer. We'd already done all our research. The sales, the AE at that time did not have to do much work. Now we grilled them, of course, but you know, the AEs didn't have to do much work. We were already sold. So I want you to remember that many times the buyers these days out there, they've done their research. And if you've not done your research about them, they've already done it about you. So Adam, continue.
That was extremely valuable. I hope you were taking notes on that, guys, because that's like the insider view of how a company works. And Willem asked a great question. He asked, how do we overcome that? That's exactly the point, right? Emerald, answer me the following question. If you feel in this analysis paralysis, can a simple salesperson that tries to give you the details about the product help you? No, absolutely not. That's correct. They can't. Why? Because you already have the info. So if they are just glorified order takers, they cannot help you in B2B. That might work in B2C with a little bit of luck, but not in B2B. So what does really work in B2B is become a trusted advisor. You know that they know the product, and they know that you know that they know it. So therefore, your job is to guide them down the road and to make them see how their research fits together with your product, how correct the research is. And you have to be able to correct them when they are wrong. But to be able that they accept you if they say, sorry, your research was not entirely correct, actually it's this way, they have to trust you. And this is why you have to become a trusted advisor. And there are 3 stages to that.
So I'm gonna caution, Adam, sorry to interrupt. Yes. I'm gonna caution you. We're gonna go deep here for a bit, okay? Some of this may go over your head. You might wanna just make a note on your notebook that you may wanna come back and listen to this part again. Because it may not make sense. You know how Sifu talks about, Dan Lok talks about the 3 stages, you know, not getting it, got it. This is gonna be one of those ones where you're gonna hear the philosophy of it. You're gonna hear the, it's gonna sound very, you know, just, it's gonna sound very, like it's up in the air, but not very practical. Then as you start to get into the real world, when you're actually experiencing in B2B situations, you will start to come back to this and you'll see how the mindset, the emotional framework, the conversational framework, this is the deeper stuff. It's very similar to like HTC. Many people will be like, well, just give me the script. Just give me the script. Just tell me what the phases are and tell me what I need to say to the CFO. If you don't get this part right as well, you're not gonna be able to close the deal. So this is a very important part. Okay, picture, you know, imagine when you're going through mindset, Adam's going to break it down into multiple steps. I'm going to just tell you right now, the emotional framework, we're going to break it down to multiple steps. Conversational, we're going to break it down multiple steps. And then what we're going to do is we may demonstrate some examples. We may have some role plays. And in class 2, part 2 of class 4, we will actually put it to work. When you're in Discord, when you're in the role plays, when you're in the dojo, in the kumite, this is going to be one of those things where when you critique yourself later and you wonder why you weren't quite in flow, this may be it. Okay, this is an important step. So Adam, let's go through the mindset, emotional framework, and conversational framework. I'm going to jump to the next slide.
Thank you. Yes, so there are 5 mindsets that you need as a trusted advisor. Before we go in there though, I want to ask you, chat, blow up, what do you think, what kind of a mindset does a trusted advisor need to have to become a trusted advisor? What do you think?
And don't worry, there's no right or wrong answer. Expert,
yeah, exactly.
Attached, deliver value. Be the doctor.
Be a doctor, curious, great, integrity, great stuff, guys. Yes, there's a lot of stuff in there that is very important. So let's start with the first one.
Okay.
The first one is the humble student. Why do you think there is a humble student that is important? Like, why studying? Like, you know your stuff already, right? Like, you know your product. Why being humble? Isn't this like you know it all and it's perfect?
But Adam, I'm confused. Usually when I see on, Hollywood movies, you see like the B2B deals, right? The boiler room, those kind of things. I don't know, the stock traders, you got this guy walking down in a suit. They're pretty, cocky. There's this gal that's, in a power suit, right? She's bossing people around. Why the humble student? I'm having a disconnect here. What do you mean by humble student? Is this some sort of martial arts thing?
Right. Yeah, right. Like jack it on, jack it off. Danielson, put the wax on a car, right? What is this? And the reason for this is the following thing. If you are about to help somebody down the path, quick question, are you a mind reader? Are you a mentalist, able to pick the thoughts out of somebody over the phone?
I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff, Adam, but I'm not a mentalist and I'm not a mind reader. I must say I have a slight edge. Right? I think I've got a sixth sense. I think women have that sixth sense more. I'm nowhere close what women have. I think they have eyes on the back of the head, but but technically, yes, I think I feel sometimes, but not a mind reader. And if anyone says yes, I think you're a liar in the chat. But Stanley's like yes. Okay, Stanley says yes.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you have a lot of experience and you have the Desi sense, then it definitely works well. And if you don't have that yet, you have a problem, because if you think that you know ahead of time what your client really wants and needs, you will be chained down by preconceptions and your own assumptions and your own opinions. So this is why you will never be able to guide somebody down the right path and advise them if you're not able to learn about their situation. So this is what is meant by a humble student. Who knows the analogy of the empty cup? The Bruce Lee story, where there was this martial arts master. Like he trained under everyone. Like he comes to Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee is already very, very famous. And there comes this man who heard like 20 different martial arts. And he goes to Bruce Lee and says, well, Bruce, I want to learn from you. I learned from this master and this master and this master, and I have a black belt in this and this and this and this. And Bruce says, sit down, have some tea. And Bruce gets the tea and starts to pour it in the cup. And he keeps on pouring and pouring and pouring. And the tea is already overflowing over the cup. And the man is like, stop, Bruce, stop, 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 it's enough. And Bruce is like, well, you come with a full cup. I cannot teach you anything. So empty your cup. Just because you know about the product, just because you did a little research, does not mean you know everything. Go in there curious.
Yes. So this is where it goes deep, right? You do your research, obviously. We always talk about going and research, doing your research. But when you enter the tonality and the energy, when you are connecting with some of your initial stakeholders, is coming in with that curiosity mind, is that empty cup. And to have them fill the cup. I believe I even talked to you in class 1 where we talked about, sometimes an executive is someone, who doesn't want to listen to you, but wants to be listened to. He's someone that you can speak to as long as you listen. So you want to ask lots of questions. And if you can ask and be the curious grasshopper, if you're asking the questions, the right kind of questions that shows them that you have understood a bit about their business, you've done some research. Now, again, I'm just going to use this, because we just had a previous HIC class, high income copywriter class that Dan Lok had delivered. Who was in that class? Just yesterday. Okay, I see some me's. There were some role plays in there. And Dan Lok demonstrated. In fact, he role played with myself. Now, we had some other students, brothers, sisters, and again, this is not to put them down or embarrass them or anything. It was a good learning lesson for them to see the different levels. Even in the HIC class, the high income, the inner circle class on Monday. So we've had a lot of classes. Monday was the inner circle class. Tuesday was a high income copywriter class. There was some role plays. If you were on both, say I in the chat. If you were not on it and you have access, can you please make a note that you will go back and listen to those classes? some critical role plays in those classes. You will see the difference between, I wouldn't say amateur because I don't want to be rude, but someone who's not as well trained versus someone who knows how to convey, even at the B2C level, more business acumen and ask the right questions. And then also instill a sense of confidence, even in the buyer, that you're in quotations, your shit. You know your stuff, okay? That you are a professional. So moving on. Okay, Adam, let's continue.
Yeah, so this is why you need this humbleness. And I want to share with you a few people, a few students that already have this mindset to prove to you that this is actually real, that this is not just some like woo-woo stuff that we are teaching, but this is actually real. Gael, you want to read that?
I can read that, yeah. Funny story. Just posted a massive gratitude post here a few minutes ago. Literally right after I pressed post. Legit, haven't even gotten up from the couch yet. I get a call from a past client who said they weren't ordering from us. They asked for a $2,700 invoice. Asked for it. And literally upon writing this post, just received a separate invoice back for $3,300. Not the same order. Gratitude works. Thanks to Dan Lok for causing me to begin expressing gratitude daily. It's magical. Continue improving.
Okay, so
now what does that mean? Huh?
Yeah, what does it mean, right, Adam? Like, is you said the woo-woo thing, the gratitude. How does this tie into B2B?
Yes. What would have happened if Tyler would have been, shit customer, bad lead, all the work for nothing, like wrote them, okay, if you don't choose us, then good luck with the other guy, right? But what changes if you are grateful? What changes if you're actually open, curious, humble, and say, okay, whatever happens, I'm taking it, dealing with it as it comes. And then you can accept what comes your way, right? Desmond, you want to take the next one?
Yes. So Phil, believe it or not, actually, Phil is one of our managers in the B2C team right now. Hello, HTC-IC family. I feel humbled to be here, and I'm going to learn a lot and also share a lot of my experience as I continue to grow as a high-ticket closer. I'm from season 15. I was able to land an 8-figure influencer who I vetted extensively to make sure I was not only the right fit for them, but that they were also the right fit for me. To get me on board, they also showed me their entire lead bucket to prove they get as many leads as they claimed. I was very skeptical and firm that I don't believe it until I see it. And actually closing them the entire time, I was asking 20% of the time while they were pitching, why should I join 80% of the time? Today is day 6 closing now. I challenged myself to get my first boom before season 15 ended, which I ended up doing, and it felt really amazing to do using everything Sifu, Dan Lok, Joel thought during our 7 weeks. I've officially made an impression on the influencers team, and now they are coming out with bigger programs in the coming months. They said I will be one of the closers to do their high ticket $25,000 packages. I joined Inner Circle to further develop my skills and hopefully one day earn to close for Sifu and TDL. During my journey, I hope to learn as much as possible from everyone and also share my experiences to hopefully help others as well. Thank you for having me in IC. You are closer than you think. And believe it or not, Phil is now actually in TDL, or Dan Lok Organization as we officially call it. So Phil, if you're in the chat, let us know. Congratulations, well done. Adam, take it away.
Isn't this amazing, guys? There you see, somebody is willing to learn about their clients. Understand, are you a good fit for me? Am I a good fit for you? And understanding if this will work out or not. Setting a goal, be humble about it, and work towards it. Did Phil sound like, oh, look at me, I'm closing $25,000. Look at how great I am. No, he was humble to learn even if he achieved his success. And this is the reason why he is successful. This is why he was able to reach his goal. If you are humble, you are open to learn and to grow. Don't have opinions about who you are. This will change very soon. When you make a plan, usually life laughs about it. Now, before we go to the next slide, do I have your permission to go a little hard on you with the next slide? Especially the people who are a little bit soft in personality, this might be hard for you. Do I have your permission to challenge you and give you tough love? All right. Number 2, helping and serving is more important than being liked. How many of you think that they have this tendency to become a people pleaser, especially if the other person is a little bit more forceful, a little bit more aggressive, and you try to step down, hopefully the person likes me, I sell better, build rapport, right? Like making sure that everything is fine. Stop it.
You know, like even just to refresh your memory again, and if Phil is in here, it is not an attack to Phil. I'm not trying to replicate Phil, but you will find, you will hear, even myself, many times sapphires, pearls, right? If you have that sort of the propensity to have that sort of personality, then you will hear, you know, it's like, hi, yeah, hi, how can I help you? Well, you know, I guess we can do this. You're gonna start sounding a lot more like that. You know, yeah, sure, no problem. Oh, yeah, awesome. Oh, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, sure, anytime. Using those words whenever you hear, right? It's because you want to be liked. On the other hand, it can also come across as when you have the lack of self-confidence in the way you speak, the way you communicate. Do you sound decisive? Do you sound like someone with conviction who's firm? Or are you communicating, yeah, you know, you know, I think we could get that for you. You know, let me check with my boss, and yeah, I'll get back to you. You know, I'll try my best to give you a discount. Okay, yeah, let me see. Sure, okay. You know, does that person sound as if they know what they're talking about? Let me ask you a question. Are you asking me that you want to get a discount? Well, we don't apply discounts in our company, but what we do for, you know, certain preferred customers, preferred customer rates, and we can probably negotiate something. Now let's just say we are able to do that. How soon would you be able to come back with a decision, or do we need to engage other stakeholders within your company? How can I make you into the hero of your company? You see the difference in the tonality? One person, it's a self-confidence issue. It's the way they see themselves. And many times it comes back to, again, being liked, seeking that approval, being scared of making mistakes. You got to go deep. This is going to go deep. This is why sometimes we write those letters. If you're an HIC or if you're an HTC, you've written those letters to yourself, the lies you told. Dig deep. This is not a class for that. This is not a psychology class. We're not going to go into that. We're just going to touch on it. But this is very important when you're in the B2B world, all the more so, it's going to come out. In the B2B world, you need to have that ultra confidence and be unattached as well, which we'll cover in the next few slides. Adam, continue.
Yeah. So some of you might think that rapport means that you actually like the other person, they like you. This is not true. Now, let's go into depth here. Who remembers this sentence? Like this quote from Dan Lok. Money generated is a byproduct of value creation. Now, let me ask you this. Is it valuable to the client if you kiss their ass? If you try to please them like a customer service representative? Are you a customer service representative? Fun fact, funny story, by the way. When I was still working at a telco, I actually was so unhappy at the customer service line. After they dissolved the quality management, they put me back there, and I was like, hey, can I try sales team, because I would like to. And the customer service was so drilled into me that those people told me I don't have the sales gene. They told me I don't have talents for sales, like, at all. They weren't even trusting me to sell a $40 product. They didn't let me sell anything. They put me back to customer service and let me kiss asses of people. And now I'm closing 35K deals, 40K deals, 50K deals.
In fact, Adam, I think you know, the first time you and I engaged on a role play, right? Your tonality, your pitch was very high, speaking very fast, very pleasing. Well, hi,
Yeah.
Desmond. Yeah, no problem, Desmond. Yeah, okay. And well, let me explain to you how we can do this for you. All the features and benefits. Features number 1, feature number 2, feature number 3, and benefit number 4. And yeah, you know, so Desmond, which one would you like? Option A or option B? I can serve you and help you.
Yeah.
I remember the first
Like
call. I
this
mean,
perfect impression.
it wasn't exactly like that, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, that was like exactly like it. You did it perfectly. It was
Adam,
a perfect.
breathe. Yeah.
Exactly. I remember what Dan Locke said. Well, he was like, "Hey Adam, slow the fuck down." That was exactly that. And since then, does my voice sound needy now? Pitchy, trying to please at all costs? No. Because now I learned a very important thing. And I want you to take a very good look and write down what you see on the next slide. Because this is important. Will people like you if you are trying to be liked? Or will they like you if you actually bring them real value? Like imagine you talk to a CEO and like, yeah, Mr. CEO, I wish you a beautiful day. I can do anything for you. I really love talking with you, man. You are such great. Oh, your company is amazing. Oh, like, and how you lead people. This is super great. Like, I'm the biggest champion for you. I will make sure that my company does the best for you. Or if you tell them, well, I'd love to work with you. And I actually found a way to triple your sales. I'm not sure if it's the right fit yet, but what do you think about that? Now, if you make them like a few $100,000 more, a few million more, do you think they will like you?
So Adam, I want to stack on top of this. Again, I'm going to refer back to the HIC class that just happened, class number 3. Just yesterday, depends on when you're listening to the recording of this or you're listening to this live, is you'll hear in that call where Dan did a role play in which he's playing a copywriter who actually doesn't have much experience. And he has now reached out to me as a business owner. That is a great example of bringing value. Now that's still, I would classify that is actually technically B2B, but on a very small level. You know, you're dealing with a relatively small agency owner, but it's still a B2B sale. And for many of you, this is something that I've learned from Seafood Dan as well, right? From Dan Locke. You know, maybe for some of you, all it takes is just to close a couple of those deals. Get a couple of those on your belt. Some of you, the rubies, you're like, hell no, give me the big deal, 7-figure deal. Even if I fall flat on my face, well, screw that. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to produce results. Fine. Different folks, different strokes. You guys are going to get different results. But for some of you, don't put all this pressure on yourself. Sometimes it's just about closing a simple deal like that. And if maybe that's you, then you want to get access to that high-income copywriter class and make sure you actually listen to that role play. Actually, we've done quite a bit of closing, believe it or not, in the high-income copywriter that can actually be applicable. The one with Edward coming on, and the way he spoke, Dr. Ed. Edward came on, and he's going through an interview as well too, right? On Monday's Inner Circle class. And you'll see the difference, how he came on and how he asked questions and he was able to pivot. Those kind of tonalities. I don't want to spend too much time because those are recordings. You can go back and get those, but pay attention to that. When you're coming in a business situation, I cannot stress this anymore, that the tonality and the way you conduct yourself, the way you see yourself in the mirror, the affirmation, the things that you go through. Are you wearing the cape? Are you an ultra high ticket closer? Do you see yourself as a B2B closer, or are you a teacher? Are you an engineer? Are you a dentist? Are you a failed business owner that's trying to do, you know, ultra high ticket closing? Trying is the, you know, critical word there. Or are you being an ultra high ticket closer? So when you are being, then you enter. Now, I'll just quickly summarize and then we'll continue. And Adam, you can continue again after this in a second. But you'll see how when Dan came in and he was closing me, at first, all I needed was about 10 emails. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I just needed 10 emails. And he came in and he had given me value first by actually writing a very well copywritten email. And this is why even as ultra high ticket closers, I highly encourage you to consider copywriting as well. Something even I myself am going into, and it's just blowing my mind. Adam has done it, and it's actually helped his open rates and his, a lot of his communications to get appointments booked. Now, we're not going to go into all of that right now. Dan demonstrates, he gives great copy, gives value first, helps me earn $23,000 in this case study that we did, $23,000. Now he's got all the leverage point. When I get on a call with him and I say, hey, can you write me some emails? And he's trying to ask me for $150 an email. And I'm trying to be a cheapskate. I'm trying to lowball him. And I'm trying to say, can you do it for half price? Or can you, I want to mitigate my risk. And he laughs at me and he goes, come on, Desmond, I just helped you make 23,000. And I'm not saying, you don't have to share any of that. You get to keep all of that. But, maybe think of that as some of play money, experimental money. So he's led by giving them value first. So you want to think with that mindset when you're entering a B2B deal. Start thinking, do your mapping, figure out how you can give value, not bribery. Don't try to be a people pleaser. Don't have to be a social butterfly, but bring them value. And the only way to bring them value is if you know their business, if you've done your research, if you know what their needs are, if you ask the right questions to other stakeholders to find out. Now, maybe the first stakeholder to get in there, you have to use some external sources. But once you've already got your first sage or your first hero, you can leverage those insiders to help you get more information for the next follow-up meetings. Then you can find value and then you bring it to the next meeting. Okay, so Adam, please continue. Does that make sense? Type in the chat if this is making sense. Bringing value, we could go on for hours and hours on this topic, but bringing value, if you haven't listened to that role play, go listen to it. Dan talks even after about the 10 emails and making me the 23,000. He's like, well, what about the follow-up sequence? What about those emails? Oh, what about this? What if I help you double your income, right? Again, he's speaking my language. He's like, I'm going like, yeah, this guy's already made me a little bit of money. Now he's trying to help me double my income, open up my, increase my open rates and conversion rates. Yeah, sure. Right? And that's on a very small level. Take that and amplify that on an enterprise level. You'll be speaking, but now just more technical, using their jargon, using, SOWs, using, different procurement forms, different things. You're going to be using it, but every one of those steps, ask yourself, is it adding value? Okay? And value can come in the form of also taking away bandwidth for them so that they don't have to worry about it, helping them hit their targets, their OKRs, their KPIs. So how can you give them value if you don't know those numbers? You need to start finding out those numbers, okay? So we'll cover some of that, how are you gonna get that information, and then how to deliver it. We'll role play, we'll practice it. Okay, sound good? Good? Yes? Okay, Adam.
Awesome. And yeah, so to make sure that this works perfectly, especially like bringing value and making sure that you have rapport, it is so important that you never confuse trying to be liked and trying to be nice with having rapport. Some of you, like when you listen to Desmond, how he speaks, how he closes, or when you listen to Dan, how he closes, right? They are strong, direct, but they still have rapport. They are not pleasing. So it's, even if you have like 100% pearl, 100% people pleaser inside you, make sure to take note of the following thing. Rapport does not mean trying to please. And if you are sacrificing honesty, sacrificing directness to keep rapport, you actually will lose both. You actually will become less valuable because people cannot trust you anymore because they think you will say anything to them just to make sure that you win. And I have a funny story for that actually. When my father came to Germany, he didn't speak a lot of German actually. He comes from Kenya. And he was like, Desmond and Gail don't know the story either. So he was actually working in an amusement park, and he was creating like coffee and stuff and like making the food for people. And he is a people pleaser through and through because he did like sell to people all his life in the ghetto. And now he goes out there and brings the guest the food. And the guest was a little racist, like sort of black skin. And he was like, this is disgusting. I hate it. And the coffee tastes like piss. And my father was trying to please as much as possible, didn't understand everything because he's very sapphire and he doesn't really listen. So now he misinterprets what the customer really says. He was like, yes, sir, that was my greatest pleasure to bring you that. I did it myself. And he was trying to be super ultra nice. But now imagine what the customer thought. this coffee tastes like piss. Yes, it was my pleasure to do that. I did it specifically for you. No problem. We can do this again. Now, do you want to be so pleasing that the customer on the other end side thinks that you don't even understand it? No. So let's go to the next thing. Third mindset that you want to go is strategic and non-attached. Like, do you think that in a B2B deal where you close millions of dollars, you can leave things to change and things to chance? Oh, yeah, closing call starts in half an hour. Let me play some video games and then let's try to close them. Maybe like half an hour later, maybe I hop on the call like 2 minutes before. No. So therefore you have to be strategic. And you have to be able to really nail this. Dana, do you want to read the next testimonial?
Yes, this is from our sister, Fana. Today, I applied the questions which Desmond taught us in the Ultra High Ticket Closing Class number 1. It was a B2B closing conference call for a COVID-19 related Swiss biotech project, where I offer service for matchmaking the investor and strategic partner from China. After a few months working on my mindset, I really feel I think, talk, do things from a different place where I am in peace and where I put others on the right track as well. The questions from Desmond are great. I just gained so much constructive insights from the person, and they are probably feeling very valued and respected by being asked. I must say all these questions do give the clients a strong sense of professionalism and trust in me. I know this deal will take a few more calls to close, which is a lot faster than before. The interesting thing is that I am no more rushed to close. I am no more attached to close successfully. It is all fine. It's always fine. The opposite to that, the client is pushing me right now. Wow, I still can't believe this is happening. I will 100% continue this amazing learning and implementing journey. I am extremely grateful to Sifu, Desmond, Sean, Jake, Stanley, and the HTC brothers and sisters.
That is amazing. Thanks,
Yeah.
Dana.
Okay.
Yeah, and Fana is really, really powerful in this. And do you see how strategic she is, how humble she is, how non-attached she is to the sale? That is the power of a real high-ticket closer. She's amazing at what she does. Now, Desmond explained to us, like, what does this quote of Sun Tzu have to do with B2B deals? Like,
right.
Wasn't he some Chinese philosopher guy?
Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Read that again. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat.
But what does it mean now?
So let's cover these, okay? Gael, please help me out here. Gael, maybe you read out the tactics. I'm going to read out the strategy, okay? And then we'll kind of break it down for both of you, for everyone here. We'll help you to see how you can use this. So Gael, go ahead and read the left side tactic, each line, and then with each line, just pause. Let me read the next one, and then we'll go down to the bottom.
So some of the tactics, which closing technique do I use?
Strategy-wise, what's the market situation like?
Pitch deck or no pitch deck?
How many people can interfere and veto my decision? Next.
Which email templates to use?
Which relationships help me push the deal forward?
Should I do a Zoom meeting or live?
Who can champion this? Who can be my champion? Who can be my hero? So do you see how, I mean, and there's millions of different examples, but you have to start thinking more from a strategic level. So many of us get caught up in the minutia or the tactics, not the strategy. Okay, so let's go on and talk a little bit more. Actually, maybe Gael, before we actually go to the next slide here, do you want to give us other examples? Maybe something that you experienced in, when you were working in the tech space as well too. Sometimes some tactics versus strategies that you had to use, and if you don't, then that's okay. It's okay. We can move on.
I think it's pretty much on this slide. On a day-to-day basis, especially when you're starting to prospect, it's very easy to get into the tactical tasks of sending emails. What email should I send? How many words? What's the tone? but we really got to step back and think about what's the market that we're addressing, what are the problems, how many people can be, who am I competing with? And to go back to the example I mentioned earlier, I did not take into account my competition early enough in the deal because in my mind, I thought it was a done deal. But you got to understand the landscape of a deal before you actually implement short-term action. So strategy first, tactics second.
Exactly. Okay, so let's move on to point number 4, dare to challenge, Adam.
Yes. So as I said before, you can keep rapport and still challenge somebody that thinks he knows better, that is very, very set on something. And you will encounter situations in which you think, oh my God, this person is too tough to close. I can't do this. Oh, there are so many people. This site, this takes forever. I'm there so 1 year and still no close. Oh my God, what's going on? But for those people that want to give up, I have a story to tell. Now, who knows the following little friend? It's a bumblebee. Now, here's an interesting thing. Most of you might have heard this, but a bumblebee, physically and scientifically, actually should not be able to fly. Her wings are too small to actually carry the massive compared body weight. But nobody told the bumblebee, and so therefore she does. Now, why does she do that? Why can a bumblebee fly? Do you know why? It's not just because she doesn't know that she can't. Time warp marvelous, she believes mindset. Now, here's the real reason. The bumblebee, and this was just recently discovered, by the way, the bumblebee has a certain skill. She has the power to flap her wings in such a special pattern that she creates actually a vacuum above her body because she's flapping so fast in like a butterfly pattern that she's actually creating a vacuum above her body to fly. So she's actually not flying, but creating a vacuum that pushes the air away so she flies and levitates. So she has skills. And what do I want to say with that? With you have the right skills, you can even close what seems completely impossible. If you think, oh my God, I can't do this. I'm not as rich as the CEO. I don't have the business knowledge. Like, I don't have a big company. I never closed it before. I never had a business myself. You have your skills. With what you learn here, with the questions you can ask, you can do this. Do you think that Nizam needed to earn 2 million himself before I could close that? Or Fana? Does she need to be as rich as the company that she closes to be able to close them in? No. She has her skills, she used them, and she won. Now, let's go to the last one, the last mindset, before we go in a break. Loyalty to your boss and the client. Now, let me tell you a story here. When I was in corporate, there was a very interesting dynamic. The team that I was in, we were closing for like small business enterprise and big business enterprise, corporate, and there were 2 fractions in the team. One fraction, and I was definitely guilty of that, was pleasing the client. They were like, yeah, you see, I would really love to give you that deal, oh, but my boss doesn't allow it to me, or company, oh, so complicated, so much bureaucracy. Basically, we were vilifying the company to make the client feel better. Oh yeah, I understand how angry you are. Oh yeah, like our structures are so bad. Like, let me see what I can do for you. Now, this might work with a B2C client who already hates the company. But if you talk to a CEO, what do you think he will identify with? With you or with the CEO that you're bashing? Exactly. Now, do you think this will create a trusted advisor image if you are trying to make your own company look bad? That just recently happened to me. I was on the phone with a salesperson from my telecommunications provider. She was not asking me a single question. And when I said, like, I don't care about the price, I want to know what the phone plan can, she was like, yeah, we have super expensive phone plans, but we are the best, right? So she was basically also bashing it. Yeah, we are so expensive. And that's not okay. But at the same time, though, there was the other fraction. They were so loyal to the company that they were actually scamming the clients, selling them more expensive plans than they actually needed, selling them more expensive and more products than they ever needed. Here's an example. Somebody who doesn't even use a smartphone got a contract for internet protection. They cannot even use the internet, but they needed it, right? Just in case. Doesn't make sense. At the same time, products that have like 1,000 minutes for somebody who never talks, because the company should make some money out of this, right? Now take a look at the following picture. Tell me what you see.
People in the chat, are they awake? Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah, they put it in
people
the chat.
typing.
Warrior and
Okay.
a backstabber, guy with a gun, backstabber.
Maybe people have to
Yes.
squint for a bit, you know. If they're getting old like me, you know, sometimes they might have to put on glasses and then like look at the screen, right? Especially if they are joining the class on a phone or something. But you know, I think most everyone's in their PCs or laptops.
Yeah, exactly. So now on the left-hand side, you see a samurai. They were known for their fierce loyalty to their country and to their lords. They were so loyal that once they lost their master, they either became ronin, like masterless samurai, and usually they killed themselves as a result of not having a master because they don't have anybody to have loyalty to. They were helping the country. They were making sure that everything works. On the right-hand side, you have an assassin, a backstabber. Now, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a sneaky, backstabbing assassin trying to either like make the client or the company feel bad? Or do you want to be a fierce, loyal samurai with code of honor and leadership and skill and power, commanding a battlefield of closing, making sure people respect you and who you work with?
But Adam, I mean, so let me get this correct. I mean, and Gael, feel free to also chime in here as well. So are you saying that even in the B2B world, sometimes people, an AE or might actually, just to win the sale, they might actually put down their own company? You know, they might actually, as we call backstab? Really? No,
Yes.
that can't be the case.
All the time.
Nobody does that, right? Really?
Yeah, and I mean, right, it's just $100 commission, man. Like, not even that. Sometimes the phone plan was like $50. They get a commission of $1, and for $1, they were putting down their own company. How
That's
petty
right.
can a person be, right?
I know that sounds crazy. It doesn't seem to make sense, but it does happen. People, and it sometimes happens in a very subtle way. It doesn't have to be very obvious. You know, it doesn't have to be, but many times just to get the sale. And even the backstabber doesn't have to be even to your own company. It sometimes is to the competition as well, right? This is why we always say when you even, so I'm bridging both here, you know, the internal as well as also, you know, or sometimes even within a company, they might be bidding, especially in the enterprise level. Sometimes they're bidding against different departments, right? And so they might actually stab someone else or say, you know, say something. Never, it's a rule of thumb, never ever put down your competition, never put down your own company, never put down other departments, cross departments. It doesn't serve you. It will only come back. They don't tell you this right away, but something, most very, very astute business owners, C-level executives, even VPs of sales, VPs of departments, they can sense a level of integrity. I guess it comes down to integrity. And again, you cannot be that trusted advisor if you can't exude integrity. The moment you start to bash on someone or anything, a product, something else, then, and I've even seen this, AEs will come in, especially when it's equipment sales, and they will talk about some product that was actually manufactured before, their own company stuff that the current prospect did not purchase, and they will actually bash it in order to kind of upsell the current one. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. If you're doing equipment sales, don't ever do that. Right? Don't say, oh yeah, that model had flaws in it, had a lot of recalls in it. We had to do this. And that's why we came up with the T1000, you know, magnetic polyalloy, much better than the T800s. That's a little bit of a Terminator plug for those who are old enough to know about that. But okay, so why don't we do this, Adam? You know, I think we've covered a lot on the mindset. Let's take a short bio break. We've got a lot to cover. We've barely gotten halfway. Now we're going to start diving into some very detailed frameworks, actual phrases, actual role plays. Who wants some role plays? Who wants to actually put some of this in practice? We're going to start giving you in bite-sized chunks. Don't worry, we're not going to overwhelm you. We'll give you what you need. And when you get there, we'll give you a little bit more. Does that sound fair? Yes? Okay, so Dana, why don't we take a short, let's do a 3-minute break. Just a 3-minute break. We'll come back and talk to you soon.
All right. Okay, now don't go too far because we still have a lot more to share with you. And once you have grabbed something to drink or to eat, let us know in the chat, what have you learned so far? What are some of your takeaways? Some of your aha moments? I will give you some time to type it in the chat. I see William says 5 rules to be the trusted advisor. The 5 rules. And who can tell me what are those 5 rules again? Who knows? Let's see. Let's see who was awake. What is number 1? So we have 5 mindsets of an ultra trusted advisor. Yes, that's right. The humble student. What is the second one? Yes, Delia, helping and serving above being liked. That's right. The third one. Delia, you are fast. Strategic and non-attached. The fourth one. Yes, Ivan. Dare to challenge. And the last one. That's right. That is completely right. And who can tell me actually, what do you need to be an ultra trusted advisor? What do you need? Yeah, all 5, Ivan, that's right. That's right. But you need the mindset, the come on. Emotional framework. Yes, and then the third one. Yes, that's right, Farah. Conversational framework. That is right. All right, so make sure you post your takeaways in the chat. Your aha moments, what you have learned.
All right.
Yes,
Are we back?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you. So let's keep this moving, okay? Let me know if you're in the chat. We're going to start diving into this. Who knows the meaning of the acronym CXO? Not really, Peter says. Anyone? CXO. C-level executives, exactly. C-suite executives. Type in the chat. What are some examples of C-suite executives? CFO, CTO, COO, CEO, CIO. My gosh, yes. There's all these different acronyms, right? CMO, CRO, Chief Revenue Officer. Now, these are fancy titles. In general, just simple layman's terms, layperson's terms. What are they? To you, what does this mean? Just type, be very, very honest. Just type in the chat. They're human, yes. Decision makers, yes. What motivates them most of the time? Yeah, they're top-notch people. So yeah, they might come with a bit of pride, arrogance, ego. Money, ROIs, bottom line, revenue, growing. What you may not know is that many times in most companies, the C-suite executives are actually, you know, and I say this with the utmost respect, they're actually an employee. There's the odd cases that, you know, there'll always be the exceptions to the rules where they may actually be a stakeholder and they may have shares in the company. But many times in the average typical corporate world, many of these, they've risen through the ranks. They may hold an MBA and they're professional. They're really a professional at running companies. Okay. And so many times they come in, they're offered a very nice package, but they have a very short time frame. If they don't deliver results within that short time frame, they may be losing that position. And they can only lose so many positions before companies don't take them on. So many times they're earning a multiple six figure with variable, and that variable can sometimes even be into the seven figures if they can hit the results. Okay, if they can actually achieve over target numbers. So how do you become a CXO trusted advisor? We're going to go into that. We're going to framework here. Gael, I'm going to ask you to come on here. Let's talk about the ultra high ticket pyramid.
The ultra high ticket pyramid. Some of you might have seen this before because I shared about it on the group, or some of you might have come across something similar. As you said, a C-suite executive is responsible, is the head of the line of business. You might hear LOB in a lot of companies, whether it's marketing, customer experience, finance. They're responsible for the whole department. And to somebody's point, they also have their own reputation, both internally in the company and externally with the different stakeholders. This is a very powerful framework that I have personally used to position myself as a trusted advisor to C-level executives. Adam and Desmond talked about the mindset of the ultra high ticket closer. What things that you should not be doing. You should not be unethical. You should not be begging. You should not be backstabbing. So now we're going to talk about, okay, but what can you do? How can you be the trusted advisor now? A lot of you might have lower self thinking, yeah, but Gael, I don't know anything about this company. I don't know anything about the industry. I'm too young for this. I'm too old for this. How many of you have those lower self thoughts? Be honest.
So as they're typing there, Gael, okay, I'm going to give them something as well too. Say it together with me right now, you know, and then don't worry if your neighbors, your family members, your dog, you know, all look at you strange, you know, and maybe you're driving the car and someone's looking at you. Drive safely. Just say, I'm a high ticket closer, an ultra high ticket closer. I'm a trusted advisor. Say that. I'm a trusted advisor. I understand corporate vision. I understand business strategies. I understand strategic initiatives. I understand business risks. And I present solutions with alignment. You might need to say this over and over again. Sometimes it's about, I understand. And don't worry, this will all make sense as we break it down. Corporate vision, business strategies, strategic initiatives, business risks, solution, alignment. A couple of weeks from now, I'll be speaking to you and you'll be able to rattle these off. You'll know exactly what corporate vision is. You'll know exactly what business strategy, and you'll know at which stage to talk about these things and leverage it to ask the right questions, extract the right information so that you can then present a solution. Is that making sense? Okay, Gael, let's continue.
This is a powerful tool. I'm going to ask all of you to take this very seriously because, and I guarantee if you actually apply this at the right level, you will make your deal move forward. And I'm going to share about a story where this helped me. So let's break down the different layers so that you understand. And that's how you want to position yourself as a trusted advisor. What does that mean? That means that you want to be an insider to the account, as opposed to being like all the other typical salespeople who pitch a solution. You want to put yourself at the same level than a C-level executive. And that goes back to what Adam talked about. You don't want to be begging. You don't want to be saying, please. You don't want to sound not confident. Desmond talked about that, right? It was actually a bit odd to hear Desmond sounding not confident. But so you want to trust and you want to have the strong belief, self-belief, self-confidence, and self-esteem that you can provide high-level value to the executive. How do you do that? It starts by mapping the corporate vision. I'm going to ask you to think about all of you who have a business, run a business. What is your why? What is the purpose why your company exists? Why did you create your company? Put in the chat. I really want to see a lot of whys and a lot of answers to this question. And we're going to do it layers by layers. If you do not have a business, think about the company that you're working for or the previous company that you were working for. And think about what is their why as a company? Why do they exist? What is their belief? What's their cause? And by that, I don't mean making profit or making money, but why does the company exist? I'll give you an example. Apple, for example, would be, they believe in, and that's coming from Simon Sinek's Start With Why. Some of you might be familiar with it. Otherwise, I strongly recommend checking it out on YouTube. It's an amazing TED Talk. Apple might say, in everything that we do, we believe in thinking different, in changing the status quo. That's their why. So take a minute and think about your business or the previous company that you were working for, or if you don't have any of those, think about a brand that you know, whether it's Nike, Coca-Cola, or anything, and think about what's their why, and post it in the chat.
So, and Gael, while they're typing that right now, I mean, this whole corporate vision mumbo jumbo, I mean, like, is this seriously like mission, vision? I mean, is it really tied to B2B sales? Is it really tied to B2B closing? Do I have to, come on, man, my boss is putting pressure on me. I got to hit KPIs here. It's just a numbers game. I just got to come in and, who cares? Maybe I'll spend like 5 minutes. I'll look them up on LinkedIn just before I get on a call, or maybe I'll just fly to Atlanta or New York or London, and when I get there, maybe the night before in the hotel room after having a couple of drinks, I'll just look up the company website and I'll figure it out. I mean, seriously, is all this corporate vision all it's made out to be?
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. What's the reason why we start with that? Because it's coming from the top. It's coming directly from the CEO and for the company. And that's something that is public. So the larger the company is, the easier it is to find. You just go to Google, type company name plus vision plus mission. But that's the North Star. That is why the company exists. So if you start with their reason for being, and then align everything that you do underneath, then it really makes sense.
But Gael, I mean,
yeah.
If I join a meeting and I'm speaking to the sage or I'm speaking to one of the stakeholders, and I start reciting the company, the corporate vision, doesn't it sound cheesy? Doesn't it sound like I just went to their website and memorized the corporate vision? How do I put it into practical use?
That's correct. That's when we move to the next step. So the why is the big corporate vision, to say, okay, this is where the company is moving. In other words, this is what your boss is telling you you're doing. This is what you're currently doing, your business strategy. What do you want to go? Where do you want to go? What are the strategic initiatives that you're implementing to get to those business strategies? So that's where it starts to get, you notice how it starts from the why and then to the how, and then the last stage will be the what. So that's where the alignment is all about. So again, think about your business, think about a company that you are familiar with, and think about what is the business strategies that they implement. And that could be anything from investing in mergers and acquisitions, expanding globally, investing in technologies, putting the customer at the center of everything, making all the customer experience mobile friendly, digital first. You see a lot of this, right? Amazon's business strategy has always been to put the customer at the center of everything and to be a digital first company. The strategic initiatives that they have is they use e-commerce to do it and big data analytics to recommend products based on your purchase history. They use data to make data-driven decisions. So those are all strategic initiatives to be in line with strategy. So to your point, Desmond, that's where you start to align the strategies and the initiatives with what the company wants to achieve as a whole. And then finally, we move to the practical section, which will be the business risk, the impact, and the solutions alignment.
So before we continue into
would,
this one,
yeah.
sorry, Gael, before we continue in this one here, I mean, is this making sense? Okay, let's just quickly, I'm going to quickly recap here. Business strategies, strategic initiatives. Again, I told you that some of this stuff may not, you may have to look at this framework and actually digest it. You might actually have to have it with you as you critique actual business calls. I can tell you that even in some of the ways that I learned, some of you might be more like me. I learned kind of more as an apprentice, and I learned naturally with a couple of mentors how to close B2B deals. But when you actually break it down, I'm actually going through some of these steps in part of my research, in understanding what their business strategies are, the strategic initiatives. If you know what the strategic initiatives are, you know from a company standpoint and a department standpoint, and even at the individual standpoint, whether it's a CXO or it's at a VP level or director level, whatever it is, if you can communicate to them, you're going to earn their trust. Okay, if you can help solve their problems, again, you're coming in, the doctor, you're prescribing. If you understand these, this is all part of the work. You want to earn the big bucks, the B2B sales, they come with six-figure commissions. They come with six-figure, variables, sometimes seven figures. But it's a team effort, and it does require some of this. So it's not for the lazy individual. It's not for someone who doesn't want to do the research. Take the time. If you put the time into doing the thinking, and don't just always be on the surface level. Think deeper. Where do they want to go? Why? In fact, here's a very simple thing that I learned from one of a mentor that I was fortunate enough to be with, Dan Locke, Sifu Dan, to travel with and learn from. Every time you have one of these questions, I'm going to challenge all of you to, when you answer the question, like where do they want to go, put 3 dots below it. Then answer the first question. Now, you may not always get the answer right away. And that's why sometimes in B2B closing, it's sometimes of a longer cycle. Do some thinking time on it. You have those 2 other dots because when you fill in the second dot, then you go to the third dot. So give an example, okay? Company, where do they want to go? Okay, they want to become from their $10 million company, they want to go to a $100 million company. Okay, so strategic initiatives, what they're doing, merger acquisitions, okay. How does that work with what we can do? Like, why is it important from a company standpoint? I'm going to be speaking to a VP of business development. How is that important to him, okay, or her, on an individual level, on a department level, on a company level? Okay, and then let's ask another question. Let's say this works. Let's say this doesn't work. How much time do they have to make it work? What are the consequences? What are the risks? What are the budgets? So when you start to have this kind of framework and you start doing thinking before, in your preparation, you're doing your investigation, when you're qualifying, when you're defining the decision-making process, this framework will help you. Is this starting to make sense? It seems complicated, but when you actually reverse engineer and you look at it, you just have this in front of yourself and you ask yourself these questions, it will actually challenge you. Because I can give you hundreds and hundreds of questions to ask C-suite executives, directors, VPs, but it won't, I'm just giving you the tactics. But if you understand, this is more of the strategy. When you understand the framework, then in your mind, it's like a checklist. You just kind of, emeralds love this. You're going through a checklist. Then you just check off because it's going to naturally lead you to ask the right questions. If you take these questions and you put 3 dots below each one, naturally you will start to ask better questions. And don't be satisfied. If you only have one answer, challenge yourself to get the second or third. And especially in B2B, sometimes even involve other team members. This is a kind of a mini mastermind that you do with your team members. And don't rule anyone out. I've been in companies where sometimes the lowliest, I don't know if I said that correctly, kind of like the junior assistant join. Don't be arrogant, don't be condescending. Involve different department members. Ask them. Sometimes you even have a CFO in your own company. Ask them. Involve them because they can help you to think. They might have an aha moment. And they might say, well, maybe this is what the strategy is. Oh, I was reading an article actually. I don't know where I saw it. I saw an article, but I heard that the previous CEO had done this thing, and because of that, there was a failure. So they were trying to avoid for another PR scandal. That's why this is important to them. Oh, really? Did not know that. Boom. Right? So this is critical. Is this making sense? How you use this framework in preparation for the type of questions. When you go in fully loaded and armed with this sort of style of questioning, you become the trusted advisor. Is this making sense? Okay, Gael.
That's right. And the way you want to use this, the reason why you want to use this framework is to, let me ask you this. Why do you think, how do you think you can actually use this? And in what way is it helpful for you? If you were a typical salesperson, you would get into a presentation mode, talk about your company history, founded in 1969. You have clients in 150 countries. You have that revenue, and then you go through your 42 PowerPoint slide deck, and then say, okay, well, call me back when you're ready to make a purchase. The reason why deals stall, well, 60% of deals stall, we talked about it earlier, is because there's no strong, compelling event for the executive to make a decision. Or maybe they don't see why it's a priority for them. I mean, how many of you have heard that? Oh, sorry, it's not a priority. It's not a priority for me, or there's a higher priority and we drop the ball on this. How many of you have lost deals with this objection? Everybody, right? I still do sometimes. And the reason is because we have failed in aligning the solutions with the business risk, the impact, and the core vision. So the reason why you want to use a framework like this is, and you want to do it early on, is to say, okay, I've done a bit of homework on your company. These are the business risks. These are the strategies that I understand you're having. And by the way, you do not have to have in a first meeting, you do not have to have all of the answers. So you can put assumptions and then put a question mark up and say, what do you think about that point? Can you clarify this? And then it opens up the discussion. And now you're a consultant. Now you're at the same level than the C level. It's no longer, okay, this is my solution, this is what it can do, this is the features and benefits. But it's about, okay, what's the problem you're trying to solve? Based on the homework that I've done, I've identified this and this. Do you agree? Or am I going completely off track? And then they'll tell you, okay, yeah, no, you're right. Or yeah, I would add this and that. And then you open up the discussion. So you really want to do this for each one of your B2B deals. And I like to do it very early on in a presentation, as in first slide, after my introduction slide, because it's a great pattern interrupt.
Gael, do you even have a template for this? Do you use this actually in actual B2B closing? Like you actually sometimes use it on a slide deck and stuff like that when you're actually speaking to a client and actually show them something visual?
100%.
How many of you would like to
see every single one of my clients?
Every single one. Wow. Okay. How many of you would like to see a slide deck maybe in action? Okay, now we're not planning on doing slide decks in this class, but I can see that there's a big enough demand for it. So in class 2, we will add that in. We'll demonstrate. It is an absolute critical process. It's a tool. Again, it's sometimes like a tactic, right? But there's also a strategy behind it. The tactic is, oh yeah, do I need a slide deck? Do I not need a slide deck? Don't think of a slide deck as a tactic. Think of it as a strategy. There's certain strategies so that you can help guide the stakeholders through the decision-making process. And while you're doing that, the strategy is that you're demonstrating to them that you understand their business, because you've obviously, you understand their strategic initiatives. You've already gone through, you've done your research on the decision-making process. You're figuring out by asking all those right consultative questions. Then you are also analyzing all their business risks. You're helping to mitigate that. When you present your slide deck is going to show, it's going to demonstrate that you are. So HTC, B2C closing, sometimes face-to-face, on the spot, just met the person 1 hour ago, you're closing them on a sale. You might just jump on a call, get a call in B2C, you're closing them, one call close. In B2B world, it takes preparation. And yes, you do want to leverage it when you can. I've closed deals without it. It's very normal. But in most cases, when you're doing a B2B, you need to leverage a slide deck in which you're going to show the process. You're going to show them that you've done your homework, that you understand their business, their strategies, you know, their initiatives, and how your solutions play into that while mitigating their risk. The CFO or normally those rulers are going to be the people that are going to want to see that. If you can convey that and take away as much of the thinking for them so that they don't have to, because the time that you will end up getting a, let us get back to you, please send us a proposal, is when you don't, I preempt that. We will preempt by knowing that they're going to want a proposal, knowing that they're going to want to calculate the numbers. We have done as much of the calculations for them. We have already demonstrated, we've already asked for a lot of insider information. So even before I speak to the CFO, I'm already asking the hero to help me figure out how their calculation process is, how their finance and approval processes, their procurement process is, so that I can actually do some simulations and actually demonstrate when I speak to the CFO. I'm going to run my simulations by my own CFO. Have my CFO maybe even look at it and ask them, would they approve? And then have our controller and our accounting department, have them look at it. Have our operations department look at it and then present it. Because when you go into these deals, you want to come in, that slide deck, there's many types of slide decks. There's some which is very fluff and, oh, look at how good we are, versus the ones that you can communicate to a C-suite executive that hits them all the bullet points that they need. Okay, they can make a decision. They may not give you a decision there on the spot, but I can guarantee you they will confer together. And especially when you get a strong CEO or a strong ruler that says, give us 24 hours, give us 48 hours, we'll get back to you. They will get back to you. Now you can apply some of HTC. You can be like, you know, don't do it in a cheesy way, but just be like, okay, understand that you guys have to crunch your numbers and confer with each other, your colleagues. It may take about, 48 hours, understood. So we're talking about by Friday, end of day. Okay, fair enough. Now, this is not one of those situations where you guys are actually looking at some other competitors or, you're just too polite to say no, right? I can actually dare to use that even in a B2B situation. I can be very forthcoming with it. But if you do it in a more professional business acumen way, not in a cheesy way, I'm not saying that HTC is cheesy, but some of you guys, you took that the wrong way and you use it in the wrong way, but work on it. Make it sound smooth. Make it sound confident. Make it sound as if, yeah, you're being firm. Okay, fair enough. 48 hours. Happy to be here. Don't be overly pleasing. Don't get happy ears. Don't start getting excited. Oh, I closed the deal. Don't go pop the champagne. The deal's not closed till the money's in the bank. And many times, even in B2B transactions, there's going to be different types of payments, which of course Gael will go into. We'll talk about how the payment is processed. You need to understand that, but we're going too deep. Is this making sense a bit more? Is this starting to show you how the B2B world operates? Are you starting
That's
to
exactly
feel,
right.
Are you feeling a little bit confident that maybe you're not going to be a master at this overnight, but is this going to maybe give you a 10% or 20% better chance at closing B2B? Because you're beginners, right? At first, some of you if you already experienced, maybe this is like, okay, yeah, I kind of got it. It makes a little bit more sense. It gives you a little bit more structured framework. We've got a lot more to cover, so I'm going to speed it up a bit more. Gael, take it away.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, and Aaron, thank you for your empathy. And you said it right. Takeaway is do the thinking for them, do the math for them, because your role as an ultra high ticket closer is to position yourself as the expert in a very niche area, whether it's a solution, in order to solve a problem that the customer have. And like you said, the reason why you want to do the numbers and do the math later on is because that's how companies buy. Even though the decision maker might be, let me ask you this, what type of gem type do you think a typical C-level executive would be? And that's a general statement. Obviously, it's not applicable for everything, but overall, what we find indeed is that a C-level executive in a large company would tend to be a Ruby Emerald, and a CFO would definitely be more Emerald than Ruby. So what that means is that that's the reason why you need a slide deck, because you know that a proposal will have to go through multiple departments. Because even though I was trying to sell something to, let's say, a super sapphire person like Adam, if Adam had a 10,000 people company, even though he was in favor of my solution, it would still have to go through a process to actually approve the solution. And the typical process, that's the reason why if you go back to the sales process, it starts with identifying the decision process. And that typically goes from business validation, value proposition. Then it goes to procurement to make sure there is a process in place, there is budget. Maybe there is a tender process, an RFP process. Then it goes to legal for the contract. Then go back to procurement to raise a purchase order. I don't want to overwhelm you with all of this, and then finance for the payment. Because
wow, hold on, Gael. Ooh, were you speaking in English there? Or were you speaking mumbo jumbo B2B? How many of you are feeling like that? Put a pin in it, put a bookmark in it, look at the time. You'll come back to this timestamp. You'll listen to this part again specifically. We don't want to overwhelm you. Gael, we'll cover some of these things in part 2, as well as also demonstrating some of the role plays right now. Don't worry, some of these words, again, will become more natural to you. As you start to enter, and we don't want to overwhelm you because it depends on the type of industry, the company you work with. They might use different jargon, but in general, most of them, they have similar levels, the procurement, right? And and all the different things that you have to go through. So let's keep the flow going. Again, Gael, well done. Let's talk about the.
I got distracted there.
Yeah, no, I think you're good. You're doing fantastic. Is Gael doing great? Is this helpful? Let him know. I mean, he's coming. Do you know that he still closes B2B sales and deals in the tech space outside of contributing in the B2B team inside Dan Lok organization? Right. So he's bringing very practical information. Okay. Let's talk about the 3 levels here: discover, clarify, quantify. Okay. Discover.
This is something that is, sorry.
Go ahead, Gael.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, since the last class with the FC and QCC blueprint, how many of you have actually practiced that and put it on role plays, the 5 questions? Can you remind me the 5 powerful questions in an FCC call, or in a QC call, I should say? What's working now? What makes it work? Thank you, Delia. What's not quite right yet? What's your ideal vision? Okay, now answer honestly. For those of you who have practiced this in role play, how many of you have felt that somehow, even after those 5 questions, you were still staying at a surface level? You felt that there was not enough depth into the conversation. Yes. So that's a framework. So that's where now the AE, put yourself in the AE's position, and that's where you will take it forward. So those 5 questions are a very good framework for the discovery questions, to open, to get the prospect to warm up to you and share those easy questions. What's working now? Where do you want to go? And then what you want to do is to go to the second level of questioning and ask clarifying questions. What do you mean by that? What if you did this? What about this? What's very interesting about this framework is that if you recall the HTC script, how many of you recall the steps? There were 8 steps in the HTC script, class 6, I think it was shared. Does anyone remember the 8 steps? We all should by now because we practice it daily, right?
Wow. Come on. This is like everyone's got to go back to HTC and start all over again.
Number 1 was?
Okay, William. Look, man, William's kicking your rear ends, guys.
He's on the ball.
Yeah. Everyone's typing frantically. Bobby's looking up. Okay, rapport. What else? What's step 2?
Pre-frame, agenda, correct. Then moving to understanding the motivations. Did I see that somewhere?
Oh, did Delia get it?
Oh, there you go. Rapport, agenda, pain, vision, qualify, bridge the gap, money.
Boom.
Right on the ball.
Bullseye. Bonus points for Delia tonight. She's really on the top of everything.
Exactly. So now if you translate this, I wish I could pin this. If you translate Delia's comment into the business to business world, rapport agenda is pretty much the equivalent of the FCC and QC call, and then setting the appointment to the AE. The AE then will then go deeper into the pain, vision, qualify, and then bridge the gap. So in part 2, we'll go into bridge the gap and move to money, to quantifying, what Aaron was referring to, do the math, do the thinking for them. So that's what we'll focus on in a couple of weeks. So right now we're talking about pain, vision, qualify, and that's what the current framework on the screen is about. Start with easy questions, clarify questions, and then quantify. What that means is that you've got to understand the metrics that the C-level executives tracks and monitors. If it's a CFO, we're talking about, maybe CapEx or OpEx revenue, capital expenditure, or operational expenditure. Are they paying for it from a monthly basis, or are they paying for it upfront? They look at the cost, at the customer acquisition cost, and all of this. So you've got to understand the metrics. Does it make sense, or is it overwhelming?
Yeah. I think this is going to be a class where many members are going to want to come back and re-listen to some of this again and again. And again, as we told you, don't worry, just take action. Do. Many times, even when I was learning just basic closing with HTC, now I think we've had something like 16 seasons coming up, 15 seasons. I've been on, I would say maybe save for maybe 1 or 2 I've ever missed. Every single class I've been on. I've been with Dan for more than 5 years at the time of this recording. So, you got to think of it this way, is that mastering over all those years. Same with the B2B. If you're new to this, this will start to make more common sense. It's just like driving a car. Maybe right now you're looking at the manual. You're like, oh, I have to parallel park a car. I got to, what's the framework say? Okay, I got to reverse the gear. Look, don't forget to look over shoulder. Okay, right. Hand on top of steering wheel, 12 o'clock position. Okay, next, don't forget the next step up. Shoulder check. Okay, good. Okay, now slowly start to release the clutch, I'm in reverse. Okay, good. Okay, counter clockwise, steer 1 round. Okay, you know what I mean? Now these days, anyone who drives, and yes, that's driving stick. Yes, for some of you millennials may not even know what that means. It's like it's driving with an actual stick shift and different gears. Okay, how true racing cars are driven, but that's a different conversation. So top performers like to drive real race cars for you rubies out there. So don't stress too much about this. You can always come back to this and refer to it. Okay, so let's break it down. Let's give them some examples, Kyle. Let's go through and talk about Discover. What are the kind of questions and how to use it?
Yeah, this is just an example. Don't copy the questions and understand the principles. Start the call with the Discovery opening questions. How did you hear about us? You can use the 5 opening questions. They're easy enough to answer for the C-level executive. Then you use the answer to move to the clarifying questions. What specific KPI metrics are you responsible for? What do you track? How did this problem impact your team or your department? How long have you had this problem? And now you're trying to dig deeper into the pains. And eventually you move to the quantify portion of it. And the reason for that is because, as you know, as we talked about, even if the decision maker might be a Sapphire or anyone else, the company as a whole, the departments are structured in a way that they have to be emerald in decision making. So you have to quantify everything for the business case to make sense. What's the average lifetime value of your customer? What would be a comfortable return on investment for you to proceed? What's the current closing rate for your sales team? And again, it depends on the metrics that the C-level executive tracks. Based on that, use the terminology and the terms and the metrics in your quantifying questions, because you're gonna wrap it all up and then close. Desmond, you wanna take this?
Yeah, so you may have already realized I've been talking about the 3 levels of pain. So a lot of business owners, they make this mistake, closers, when they're actually closing, they make this mistake of thinking that when you go in to close, you're just dealing with one individual, right? We've already covered that. So the most common mistake that I actually and it's normally with the startups when they're trying to do B2B sales, but they think that selling literally means selling, and it actually doesn't. It's you're communicating on a multi-dimensional level. So, I mean, think of it this way, okay? In an ideal world, you are just communicating to one person, but you're not in B2B. In the company level, what does that mean? Okay, so at the company level, pretty much like the framework that Gael has put together, the pyramid, right? There are needs of the company that you're selling to. And so I'll give you some examples, right? Some of them could be big strategic initiatives, right? Can you see that in the framework? Yes? It could be launching of a new product or maybe a major feature. It could be competitive game plan. It could be cost savings. It could be large scale marketing and brand campaign. In this economy right now, even, it could be, a very urgent, emergency plan on how to pivot and change the business from being so dependent on B2B or brick and mortar to now a little bit more online, right? And then it comes down to the departmental level. So you have to think at these three levels when you're communicating to different stakeholders. What's important to them at the company level, at the department level, and at the individual level. Now, the department level, let me give you some examples. It could be very specific KPIs that the department is measured against, and what happens if they hit those KPIs and what happens if they don't hit those KPIs. KPIs sometimes also referred to as OKRs. Who knows what OKRs are? Type in the chat. Let's see. And if someone on DLS, don't Danlock organization, don't type in chat. Objective and key results. Good, very good. Some of you have been doing your homework. You've been studying, or you already have preloaded. You came with this information. Okay, so at the department level, take notes here, guys, because I didn't actually put this in here. But it could be strategic initiatives that the department has to see through. It could be potential changes in management of that department. We recently went through a management change as well too. So during that time of change, new management comes in, there's going to be a new need for the new manager. As the manager exiting had some initiatives, the new manager coming in has new initiatives and maybe new plans. So we have to adjust to that. Maybe the desire to solve a particular problem at that the department has been charged with. I'll give you an example. When in the early days, I remember I told you that example of using the different type of tech stack. I was on the business development and sales side, and there was another member of the team that was on the marketing side, director of marketing, and the marketing and the sales were not communicating very well, and we were not having marketing meetings. So then, of course, CEO Dan Locke says, you two department heads need to get together, and you need to solve this problem of the communication and the metrics and numbers. Hence, this marketing came about. Hence, the solution of the CRM. Hence, several different SOPs and procedures came about, and it spawned on from there, right? So circumventing maybe external imposed constraints. Okay. Now the individual level. Individual levels are strictly the person you're dealing with, but it's very much, this is where those who take HTC, you can apply it. What is that person's personal career goals? Like getting promoted, maybe getting a raise, or even just securing their position. Maybe it's the deliverables that a person wants to be credited for. Sometimes it's maybe not an ego, but maybe you got to understand, sometimes in the corporate world or in the B2B world, especially B2E, it's a revolving door. When I was in securities, when I was working in the financial, people that were at JP Morgan would be there for a year, and then they'd move up, they'd be a VP of something, and then they'd move to Morgan Stanley, and the next thing you know, they're at Barclays, and the next thing you know, they're at Deutsche Bank, and the next thing you know, they were at Goldman Sachs, and next thing you know, they were at Lehman Brothers, right? Hopefully they didn't end up at Lehman Brothers because they wouldn't be around. But with each step of the way, they might get a bump in their package. And so maybe on their exit, they already know that they need to exit this company. Their time is, so they want to leave on good terms. So the deliverables that the person wants to be credited for, so that when they go to the next company, it helps to open the door for the next company. You got to understand that. Maybe it's some personal life goals. And sometimes you will hear on calls, if you ever have the opportunity to listen to some of my calls, I will sometimes bridge the gap. I'll pepper into my call, not, I'll tone back the Sapphire or even the Pearl. But I will, if I find out I'm speaking to an individual, I'm bridging that gap to make sure that we are of the same level, right? To build that rapport. Oh, you're a dad, I'm a dad. Oh yeah, how old are your kids? You got you got 10-year-old? Oh, okay, 10-year-old and an 8-year-old? I got a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. Oh, you got a 15-year-old and a 17? Wow, you definitely have more experience than me. Maybe I can get some tips from you. And then we laugh about it and then we move on. But at least now I've got in my head, this person maybe, has got teenagers. What's the personal life goals? Family goals, right? Wanting to spend more time with their family, maybe having to move, relocate, providing the kids with better education, college for the teenagers, spending less time with their family, maybe, I don't know, getting hired by another company, right? So we covered all those different things. So just remember, okay, that sometimes when you're dealing with these different individual levels, there might be sometimes conflicting needs, okay? The focus on the individual needs first and foremost, okay? When you're closing, always treat them as a person. You remember class 1? You're still speaking to a person. So digging deep and drilling down and finding out what that individual level is very important. Is this making sense? Okay, good. So let's move on. Let's do some role play, okay? These are very, very elementary basic questions. There are only 9 here. There are hundreds. But let's just do some very simple role play. Gael, do you want to help lead the role play here?
Sure, I'll be happy to. And again, don't get bogged down by the questions. Understand the principles, transitioning from discover, clarify, and quantify. And we'll just to go deeper on the pains.
Yeah, even with the role play, right? I'm going to ask some of you to raise your hands, right? Come on out, be brave. Don't worry, there's no right or wrong. We're here to coach you. We're not here to embarrass you. In fact, I actually commend anyone who raises their hand and actually volunteers, right? It's a learning process. If I was in your position, I'd be the first one to raise my hand. And not just because I'm Sapphire, I'd actually raise my hand because I want to learn. That's that humble student that Adam talked about. So I can see some people are raising their hand. I think I saw Edward raise his hand. Edward, I know you on the inner circle class, so we might tap on you in a second. Let's give an opportunity to someone else who hasn't role played yet, and then we'll come back to you, Edward, in a bit. Dana, could you help us to select someone to come out and role play?
Let's see. I see Bo, Hong An Lee.
Okay.
You can unmute yourself.
And of course, make sure if you're unmuting yourself, you've got a good mic, good connection,
Yes.
no background noises, make sure you're in a quiet room. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Hi. Yes, can you hear me? Awesome. Hello.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, good. I thought that I'm alone because I cannot hear anyone. Okay. So,
Okay,
oh my
Bo,
God, I'm a little bit nervous here. Ooh.
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. No. By the way, Bo,
Yes.
Bo actually recently, Hong An Lei. I pronounced your name correctly, right? Your proper name is Hong An Lei.
Yes, but actually you can call me Bo. Is absolutely okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how many of you think Bo sounds a bit like Dana?
Oh, really?
My sister from another mother.
That's right. It's the accents, and it's these ladies, our female closers are always the best. So Bo actually recently also has been working a lot with Team Danlock, with Danlock organization, right? So well done. So Bo, let's just do a quick, simple role play here, right? Maybe Adam, if you can help, let's set up a situation here. Gael, can you give him some coaching? What do you want? What do you want them to role play? And I will even move the slide back so that you can actually, you can see this one here already. Just go through the process. Just go through the discover, the clarify, the quantify. There's no correct, right, or wrong way. And then what maybe Gael and myself will do is we'll demonstrate kind of a real life situation of something that, what it would sound like, okay? The goal here is
gonna be my first time.
Yeah, there's always a first time for everything. So,
Good on you for stepping up.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So how about we say about that you're closing a program that has a $500 a month, and it costs like they have an annual agreement, like it's normal having an annual contract for $6,000, and you want to make sure that you understand how they will use it and how it works.
Actually,
Let's
Adam,
say-
maybe not even that, because I still feel that kind of role play would be very much like HTC. So why don't we do something a little bit more B2B, Like, it's a SaaS, it's a solution. Okay. But what technologies do you know? What sort of softwares or SaaS do you know?
Oh, this is actually a pretty hard. Zoom. Yes, Zoom. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Yes,
you're
let's do
working.
Zoom.
How about this? You're working with Zoom. Okay, you actually work with
Yes.
Zoom. You're an AE. You're working with Zoom, and you would think everyone knows Zoom, but actually, believe it or not, there are some companies that don't know Zoom. They've been using
Oh,
Skype. They've been using all these other things to
oh,
do their calls. So
wow.
Zoom has spread by word of mouth, but Zoom
Yes.
also has a B2B division that
Wow.
actually goes and contacts companies to see if you can, at an enterprise level, offer Zoom because of all the COVID and having to work remotely. Why don't you kind of start with that premise? And you're speaking to Adam, and Adam, your role is, you are actually the VP of Business Development. Okay, so
Cool.
since you're the VP of Business Development, recently you used to have a sales floor. You used to have about 100 staff members all coming into an office. In fact, you have another satellite office as well too. One in New York, one in London, and the one in London is a little bit smaller with about 50 staff members. The one in New York about 100. But because of all the restrictions, people have to work remotely. And then just start with that, okay?
Wow. Yes. Okay. So
Ready when you are,
I will
Bo.
call. Yes, I'm ready. I will call you.
Yeah, just call me.
Yes. Okay. Ring, ring, ring.
Hello, this is Adam Nasser speaking.
Hi, Adam. I believe that we have an appointment today to talking about a new software that we've been talking over the email.
I'm sorry, who is this?
My name is Bo. I'm
Oh,
from Zoom
okay.
company.
Oh, okay. So got it. Yeah.
Yes. Sounds like you don't remember the email that we've been conversation over the email that we have appointment today.
Oh, I do, but like I didn't put a name to the face right now. Okay, so yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Let's go.
Got you. So because over the email that I found out you have some question and you want to know more about how to bring your team working remotely, kind of finding a software for you. So I just want to understand more about the situation.
Yes. So basically we have two offices. We have one in London, one in New York. The two offices have different amounts of employees. One of them is 50, one of them is 100 people. And we need to make sure that they can communicate seamlessly. So we don't want to breakdowns. We don't want some connection issues and stuff. So can you provide that?
Gotcha. And let me understand more about that. You say communicate remotely. What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is I want to make sure that even though like everything works over the internet, but I want to make sure that when they have a meeting that it works seamlessly. I want to make sure that they're not like popping in and out, dropping in and out, constant interruptions. Many softwares are not very powerful and cannot take a lot of people. So tell me, like, how does this work? Like when you have a presentation, when people speak, like what's the moderation? How does it look like with the recording? How many things can I record? Like how long can I record? Do I need an upgrade for that? Like give me a few features.
Okay, got you. So you want to know like how it will run, how it's like will pop up with like the connection, how will recording the reference, and how long it can take, and how many people on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
You've been
So
paying attention. Good one.
Thank you for that. But let me understand more about that, because you're saying that you have like two offices and one is in London and one is in New York. It's like 50, 100. So you have around like 150 staff for you.
Yeah.
So basically right now, like you're saying that what actually you use right now at the moment for those staff to communicate? Because at the moment right now, I know like the pandemic and everything, everyone have to work remotely. So how your staff gonna communicate at the moment?
Well, right now they communicate mostly over Skype. Some of them are just using long distance calling, some internet calling services, different ones. But mostly some of them have WhatsApp calls and Skype calls.
Actually, Skype is actually pretty good. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, I guess I said right. You cannot have too many people on the same call. Recording is a mess. It just does not work as well.
A mess?
Yeah, like it's horrible. Like if you try to record it properly, it always gives you problems. Then we have the different international rules, right? Like London is still in the EU with the different recording laws. Then America is differently again. And then you have like different people trying to log in. Yeah, it's horrible.
So like since like, and how long you been like using Skype for your companies?
Usually we just used it. It was working very well because we didn't need it for large teams. So for this, it's not that bad as you have correctly stated. But now that everybody needs it and we need to have huge conferences, that just does not work anymore. Yeah.
Got you. So how much it cost you when like this situation keep happen? Because it's been like happen for a while and you really need conference for your business, isn't it?
Yeah, we have a weekly meeting and we have a short daily meeting too. And so therefore, I wouldn't say it costs us something. It is just a huge waste of time. And that is costing us, yes. I cannot put a number to it. I'm not a numbers guy. But it definitely costs me a lot of nerves.
Oh, so it seems like time is something very important to you at the moment right now, especially on conference call.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. And actually, like how normally like you will dealing like with the budget or like the software term of like this? How normally you will using the budget for this?
Well, usually I have a certain budget that I can open up, but it depends, right? Like if it goes into thousands of dollars, then of course I have to bring it to the CFO. But I have a certain budget that I can authorize.
Got you. Okay, let me see a little bit right here. 150 staff conversions. I'm not so sure because you mentioned that conference is something very important to you. If we Zoom have a conference part that not just only deliver their good, not just only background, virtual and everything, we have very good audio and the screen, but not just only can deliver the video, but also can deliver your recording video. So recording here mean like you can control the recording, you can recording every time you want, and especially even in the room that more than 2 or 10 people, that doesn't matter. We have, I think that the last time we run the event, we run to the Zoom from 2,000 people. It's a little bit like down, but 2,000 people still run through. I'm not so sure it is something you can look about.
Yeah, like that looks good. How does the recording work? Like, is it cloud-based or is it local?
It's actually in the Zoom right away. So you have Zoom, you have recording. You don't have to download anything. But I'm not so sure if this is something important for you.
Yeah, it is. And by the way, I like do I need to purchase some kind of upgrades or extra packages per person if I want to have more people on, or how does this work?
Actually, it does, but I'm not so sure is this something like you need because you're saying that 150. If your company expand, we have premium, but it's actually more advanced on that. So it's not just only recording, but also we can help you to connect with more network. So especially here, it's like a break room. Imagine like this, like we can sitting right here. We have a Zoom. I'm talking with you. If we have more people, so like your partner, we can divide it, break like by 2 Zoom. Waiting Zoom, you know, like waiting Zoom,
that's useful.
Special Zoom. So you can if you are the control, you're the host, you can definitely separate them. So it's very cool. Like we have an event we just run, and it's very cool. It's run very well. So that is something like we learned, like we heard the feedback from the social, but I'm not so sure your company need this because this seems like a little bit like extreme. All kind of room. Yes.
Yeah, that's the question I also have, right? I mean, I like that we have different rooms, but usually we just need it for the conferences. So bracket rooms sounds cool. I don't think we will need it much. Yeah, then give me some numbers. Like, how much does it cost?
So at the moment, right now, we not include like the money that you have to set a fee for each of the member for the staff, but it's actually not cost a lot. We run from $500 USD a month at the moment right now for the subscription.
Okay, so for the $500 a month, how much do I get for that?
I'm sorry.
Like for $500 a month, like how many people can log in with that?
So that's actually from 50 people to 150. Exactly
50 to
the amount
150,
that
okay.
you can have. Yes, because I
Okay,
was
cool.
thinking that is just very fit with your budget.
Cool. Okay. And does this have like some kind of contract that I need to commit to, or can I like change the size? Should we expand or downsize?
Actually, you know what? Because like it seems like there is something like you run through the situation that you're facing. How about this? Like I can definitely open like the first month. You can
Okay.
definitely use Zoom. You of course like
Okay.
we still like get on contract. You can pay like us like 500, but you can use Zoom if you want to go down or if you want to cancel. There is no charging fee on that.
Okay,
How
pause,
does that sound?
pause the
Oh,
role play. Okay, round of
nice.
applause
Nice
Oh,
one.
for,
oh
yes,
my
round of
God.
applause
Oh.
for Bo. Bo, how do you feel?
Oh my God. Oh, I'm so nervous and my heart beating so much. And I was just like, oh, mumbling like all the word and Adam was spitting out and then everyone was like, ah. Oh my God. They were just.
Oh, you did great. Was it fun?
Well done,
Was it
Bo. Well
fun?
done.
It was
Yes.
so fun. It feel like your video when I don't remember. Did you remember when you have a role play and Sifu
Yes.
back in your bag and Sifu will support you like the whole family was just like ah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
so fun.
you should, you probably were so nervous that you couldn't read the Discord chat, but maybe as we
Yes.
continue, you can scroll up at the end of tonight's class, you can
Oh my God.
read the Discord
Yes.
chat, okay? Yep.
Wow.
So
Yes, thank you.
yeah, well done. Okay, so let's give some feedback. I know you had a lot of fun. Again, the feedback is your
Yes.
first time. So first of all, kudos.
Yes.
That it takes a lot of bravery, it takes a lot of courage. Come out and do it. Not bad. For someone who has never done this before, you didn't quite hit all the points, but that's not the purpose here. We're trying to see whether you can start to absorb some of the concepts, adjust your tonality, and start asking. On a scale of 1 to 10, quite frankly, I think you were missing, I would say you're probably only like 5 out of 10. But 5 out of 10 for a first time is really good. Think of your 5 out of 10 as a 9 out of 10 for a beginner. Okay? 4, 5 out of 10 for a beginner. You could tell that Adam was getting a little bit more Ruby on you. You didn't quite fully get into the quantify level. You did okay. And here's one thing, because we're compressing everything down, this is a first call. You're trying to do some of the HTC methods where we're trying to do a one call close. In this call, we're not trying to do a one call close. Be okay with that. Try to, you're trying to find out, ideally your goal is by the end of the call is that you are able to set up the second meeting and you already start to get information about the other stakeholders, right? Now, if you're speaking, in this case here, Adam being the role that he is in, what stakeholder role do you think he is?
Actually, like he was make a decision.
If you can't remember, the 5, right? So you have your creator, you have the ruler, you have the explorer, the sage, or the hero. Which one would you say Adam is?
I think he's an explorer.
He could be. What does everyone else think? Type in the chat. James says explorer. Stanley says explorer. Okay. He could be a bit of the creator. He could be, right, man, the CEO, maybe founder of the company, and at the same time too, he could be, because he's the VP of business development. Don't forget, he's a VP of business development. He has to, it's kind of a managerial role. He could be in the position of the operations. So yes, those of you who said explorer, I would say that's correct. Now, depending on the size of the company, depending on the size of the company, it might actually be, that's okay. It's great. Well done, right? So depending on the size of the company, that explorer might also be the ruler. if it's just at a department level and you don't need to bring in a C-suite executive, because don't forget, VP level is below the C-suite executive level. So even at the VP level, they have some financial, they can make decisions, but you need to find out those kind of questions, find out the budget, find out, does this need to be elevated to a higher level? You know, what's the threshold that it transfers to the higher level, right? That you have to then involve,
Yes.
you know, a CFO and stuff. So we didn't really have enough time to go into those questions, but well done. Okay, round of applause for Bo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, so Gael, why don't we come on right now? Let's why don't you and I do a quick short role play, and let's talk a bit about, you know, and again we'll use a different example here. This is something that's actually happened in the past. We're going to skip past some of the, you know, the rapport building and some of those initial phase, you know, 2 and 3, right? You know, the steps there. And let's just get right into it. Okay, so Gael, maybe why don't you pre-frame? Let's give them some examples of what the context is here, and then you and I, you know, we'll go into the role play. I'll play the VP, and then you can play the, you know, you can play the AE. Okay.
Sure. First of all, Bo, good effort. It was a good call in terms of clarifying questions. Just one note: the quantifying questions part is not so much about discussing the price, but to discuss the cost of not doing anything, and to understand a bit of the metrics. I'll try to illustrate. So for this one, let's take the example that Adam talked about. Maybe let's do a SaaS product, 500 a month, yearly contract, probably for a CRM solution, maybe like kind of like a HubSpot type of thing. Yeah, we would be selling a CRM solution for at about 500. Or actually, no, it would be.
No, HubSpot's
Let's
a lot
say your
more,
product is 500. Yeah, it's a lot
Yeah.
more. But let's say your product is 500. Your product is 500 a month. What you're selling. So it could be any subscription. Hey there.
Yep. Okay. So you want to come in? Are you speaking to Bo or are you speaking to me here, Gael?
You know, I'm speaking to you. Sorry for this.
Yeah.
For this
Okay.
next role play.
So yeah, because we're talking about. So now we're gonna go into our role play. Okay. So you gave some good feedback to Bo there. Okay. So again, just clarifying again, you're saying that you know, for me, I'm looking for what? I'm looking for an annual agreement. Give me the rundown again.
So let's say you are VP of sales.
Yep.
And your reps send emails with a low response rate of, let's say, 10%.
Yep. Yep.
And you get, I don't know, maybe 20 opportunities per month, and your product selling price is 500.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
A month.
But it's not. Yeah. So it's a different type of SaaS, but not a CRM like maybe it's a different CRM. You know, a lower level one but it's a CRM anyways, and it's $500 a month. Okay. And then with an annual agreement, they're looking at $6,000, right?
That's right.
Okay, understood. Okay, so you ring me. Let's say it's you know, we've already had the SDR calls. We had a qualifying call. So you and I have actually spoken before, but in a very short way. And then we set up an actual. Now we're going into phase 3 and phase 4 type of call. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's say we've done the agenda, pre-framing, and a bit of qualification. So I know the cost of your program is 500 a month, and so that we demonstrate the quantified portion of this framework. Sounds good?
Yep. Good. Okay.
Okay. So, all right, guys, Des, so let's see if this is going to make sense for you. I understand the cost of your program is 500 a month with an annual agreement. Is that right? That's
correct. Yep.
So we're looking at about a $6,000 lifetime value on average, minimum, right? Because it's an annual agreement.
Yep, that's correct, actually. Yep.
So at the end of the day, I mean, just to cover the cost of the program, I'm sure you would need to see some return on investment. So we need to look at one additional customer, not including the time spent. So before we go any further, do you think we can get at least one extra customer using the program that I'm referring to?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if your program has been, it does all it says it does, if we can just even get one, you know, that's, that would be a lot better. I think, you know, yeah, I think that would make sense. You know, it makes a lot of sense. But, you know, what are you proposing? I mean, you know, how can your solution help us to increase the conversion?
So I talked to your team, and I understand right now your reps are sending about 50 emails a day with a response rate of 10% roughly, which is leading to about 20 opportunities per month. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And you mentioned your reps are converting about 20% of those opportunities. So that's about 4 deals a month, correct?
That's correct. You've been doing your, you've been paying attention, you've done your homework.
Yeah, thanks. I've been talking to a lot of people in the team. So let's see if this makes sense. I've had customers who once they studied the speed testing feature of the program, they saw triple the amount of response rate from their email after just a few months of tests. So let me try and see if I can do the math for you. Let's take a conservative number and let's look at, let's say, 1.5 times your response rate.
Okay.
Are you following me there?
Yep.
I'm just trying to take a conservative number. So if you look at 1,000 emails sent right now, you're getting 10% response rate. So 100 responses, which leads to 20 opportunities. So that's about 20% conversion rate.
Yes, correct.
And if all of that stays the same, but because you're split testing with our software, then you would get from, let's say, 10% to 15% response rate. Now, bear in mind that we've got customers who increase that to 30%, but I want to keep a conservative number to, let's say, 10 to 15% response rate, right? So we'd be looking at 150 responses.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Okay.
So 150 responses at the closing rate. So you're looking at 30 opportunities created per month. So we're moving from 20 ops to 30 opportunities.
Yeah.
Does the math make sense so far?
Yeah, it makes sense. The math is correct.
Okay, so let's finish it up. So if you're getting 10 extra opportunities per month from 20 to 30, and let's say your conversion rate stays the same, we're looking at 2.5 extra deals closed per month. That is, and with a lifetime value of 6,000, you're looking at an additional $15,000 a month in customer lifetime value per month. Take that across 6 months, and that's about 15 extra customers. So if I go 15 times 6 months, that's about $90,000 in lifetime value, in additional lifetime value, and you only had to pay $6,000 with us. So that's about a 15x return on investment.
Okay. Yeah. And you know, here's the good news is because I think even 6,000, right? Annual, it's not a big enough number that I have to take this up to the CFO. I actually have departmental authority to approve that. I mean, if you, even on the conservative calculations, if we can even hit half of this, then yeah, you know, it would definitely, help me hit the KPIs and, you know, make me look like a superstar to my boss.
Yeah, and bear in mind, so I've done the math. We've done the math just for 1 rep, but how many reps do you have again in your team?
We've got about 100 reps right now.
100 reps, yeah, okay. So you're looking at an additional $90,000 in lifetime value for a $6,000 investment. And so 90,000 for 1 rep, so you're looking at 900K additional revenue. Would that be, so with a 15x return on investment, do you think that would be a good return on investment to proceed?
I don't see why not. Now, I obviously I got some questions. You know, there's going to be some, you know, how do we, you know, export the stuff, more the technical stuff. What are the risks? You know, data loss, data privacy, all those kind of questions that we probably want to look into. But I think so far the math makes sense. Okay, so pause. Yeah. Let's jump off the role play. Okay, we don't want to go into all the detail. Boom, well done, Gael. Round of applause for Gael. Okay, that's just an example of a role play. What's the difference? Type in the chat. What's the difference in the way he is closing? Listen to his tonality. What are the tactical things he's doing in there? What are the strategic things he's doing in there? What's my personality like? Am I playing the hard ass Ruby right now? Okay, no. Okay, well done, Gael. So, and again, you know, if I'm in a VP of sales or something as well too, maybe I'm a little bit more Sapphire, or maybe I've got some Ruby Sapphire in me as well too, right? Sales tend to have a bit of that. Sometimes the senior levels, you know, in the VP of even sales might be more Emerald, right? Take for example, let's see, Mark Roberge, right, from HubSpot, right, who helped to scale the, you know, the sales team from 10 million, I believe, to 100 million, right? When he was brought in, you know, he actually heralds from a engineering background. He's very Emerald, but he was able to create, you know, look at Aaron Ross, very predictable revenue. It's also very Emeraldish in the way he does that. Okay, so, you know, hopefully you got value from this. I'm just looking at the time here. We want to speed up a bit more. So we will be doing more role plays. If you like this type of role play, we'll be doing more of these. We'll have more of you raising your hands and coming out. We can do that in part 2, but we have to cover a couple more things. Is that okay with you? Can we move on? Yes? Otherwise, we'll be here 6 hours, 10 hours, probably beat Dan Locke's Sifu's classes, okay? Let's continue. Okay, so that role play, we've done it. Let's talk about the 3 tough CFO questions, okay, you gotta prepare for. We've drilled this in. Now, don't get fixated on the word CFO. Think of the ruler. Think of the person that controls the money bag. Think of the person that's going to be your final gatekeeper in a sense that you have to get through and convince, okay? These questions, again, are just the entry-level beginner. Your homework assignment is gonna be to start thinking about some of the CFO type questions that you're gonna need to prepare for. Because eventually at some point, you're gonna need to close the person who makes the financial decisions. Is that making sense? Can we agree on that? Yes? Okay. So here are some of the questions that you can ask, but these are not the be all end all. And again, we're gonna kind of speed through some of these ones. So a simple question that you can ask is, what are the measurable outcomes, right? It's to start diving into these. Give them top level summary, quantifiable benefit in the form of success stories and case studies. In fact, Gael did not actually do the case studies and success stories, but what he did was he gave a top level summary and quantifiable benefit, right? He actually did the thinking. Do you remember at the start of, in the earlier part of today's class, what we did was we talked about do as much of the thinking. If you've done the calculations for them, if you come prepared. Did you notice many times Gael talked about how he had already leveraged speaking to other team members to get some of the information? So by the time he was in there, he was already prepared. He'd done the calculations. He was able to deliver value. Very similar to the call that Dan Locke did with HIC when he already came in, but that's a slightly different kind of call where he's trying to close me on a one call. And so very quickly he's establishing the value. Okay, I sent you this email, you used it, it generated you $23,000. Okay, let's do the math on that. If I generate you $23,000 and we got a conversion at this and we do a conversion of that and we do this, would it not double? And he's not giving the answers. So the one thing that even Gael did in this one here, he was already giving the answers. I would encourage you a really, more advanced level B2B closers. When you're doing these numbers, you've already calculated it in your head. It's like playing the chess game and you've already figured out the moves ahead. Pro tip here, let them actually come up with the number. That tells you that they're doing it and they own it. So for example, if Gael was saying, if I can bring you an extra, extra 10 opportunities, that gives what? What's the lifetime value of that? Let them do the math sometimes, right? And if you can see that they're struggling with the math, don't embarrass them. Give them the answer, give them the number. But many times what's psychologically powerful is getting them to engage with you. The more they're engaging with you, the more you're closing them because now they're actually doing the numbers in their head. This actually goes back to even HTC basic level, but now you're doing it at a business level, at a B2B level. Is this making sense? Is this powerful?
Yeah, and the reason why I got a bit emerald on this is because you know that after this presentation, what's going to happen? The VP of sales will have to get it approved internally with the CFO. And the first question is going to be, okay, how much does it cost? What's the return on investment? So now you have two choices. Either you let the VP do the math on their own, and that's why deals stall. Or you actually build a business case with them to show them there is a 10x, 15x return on investment, and then it's a no-brainer.
Exactly. Right. So there is no hardcore rule. Okay. It's always about feeling the situation out, but as much as possible, without over talking, come prepared. Do your homework, know your numbers, so that when on the spot, many times, that's why, even sometimes why it's fortunate about, the COVID situation and or even the restrictions on travel, is that nothing beats face to face. I must say, when you're closing big deals, very big deals, many times, visiting, when I was in Tokyo, you visit the head office and you get in there, and I visited multiple head offices multiple times. HR manager or different manager, managing director is, he's becomes my hero, becomes my sage. And then eventually I'm meeting with, a CFO or a controller level individual. We're sitting in a boardroom. But in this day and age, when you're doing it by Zoom, you don't have to have the camera on. You can have your calculator and you're calculating the numbers. So for those of you, stop saying you're not good at math. Cut that out of your vocabulary. Start saying that you're an ultra high ticket closer. Start saying that you're a trusted advisor. Start saying that, you know what? My math is getting better and better. I'm getting better and faster at these calculations. Change your vocabulary. Have you ever heard those people that normally say, you meet someone and then you ask them, oh yeah, do you remember that person? And they go, oh, I'm bad with names. You are bad with names because you keep saying things like that. You will never be good at names because you keep saying things like that. Same with the numbers, right? Same with phone numbers. Oh, I'm bad with numbers. Well, you will never be good at numbers until you be good at numbers. Is this making sense? So you have to be first, as Sifu would say, as Dan Long would say. You have to be first. So be good at numbers. Start telling yourself you are good at numbers. You are good at these kind of calculations. That is why sometimes many of you laugh. I say, I can be Emerald too. How many times have you ever observed Dan Lok? I'm going to give you something that I didn't plan this in the script. I didn't plan this in the class tonight for the curriculum. Okay. And once I reveal this to you, you will see Sifu and Dan Lok in a very different way. Right in front of your eyes, in front of YouTube videos, in HTC classes, and anything that he ever delivers, Sam Lok, yeah, he is always sending out affirmations. How many of you ever heard Dan talk about a story where he says, yeah, in times like, now, when times are bad, when my back's up against the wall, that's when I thrive the best. I love challenges like that. I thrive the best. What do you think he is doing at that moment? Is he speaking to you or is he speaking to himself? Adam says both. Stanley says himself. Yeah, there's neither right or wrong answer. He's speaking to himself and he's speaking to you. Of course, he's speaking to you, but he's publicly declaring it. Therefore, he has trained over the years his subconscious mind to be what he says. Words are powerful. Watch the words you use. Be mindful. Okay, moving on. So, asking other questions like, what are the financial risks? How can we mitigate them? Don't be scared. Many closers are sometimes scared about bringing up the money issue. Let's talk about the investment for a second. How many of you have heard Dan Lok use that? I use it all the time. One of the most powerful lines. Okay, John, yep, that makes sense. Okay, the math calculates that. So while we're on the topic of numbers, let's talk about investment for a second. You mind? Yeah? Okay. So rounding all this up, we're looking at a $6,000 investment to yield you a $90,000 per year lifetime value. How do you feel about that? Just pause, mute yourself. Said firm, you're not, beating around the bush. Okay. And let's just say this goes ahead, Gael. What are going to be the financial risks? What can your company do to help us mitigate it? Because I've got to bring this back to my CFO. I might be asking a question, or you might ask this question. Pre-frame it, right? Now I did it from the position of being the VP. Now if I'm the AE, I would say, so Gael, you know, do you mind if I ask? I mean, obviously you've got to get things cleared with your financial department. So let's take a few minutes here. We've got about 10 more minutes before we're going to wrap up. What are some of the financial risks? How can we, you and I, mitigate them so that when you bring this for the approval, it gets approved faster? Okay. Be honest about the risks. Share how the customers can overcome them. Okay. Share the short-term, the long-term effects, the ROIs, the savings, the potential. Again, I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to speed up a bit. Go through these slides. Ask yourself these questions. This is just a sort of an entry level. We will put into practice next class. So it's going to be very critical. Don't think you can just be on this class and go into part 2 and then come on a role play and get this naturally. You're going to have to go back, and I'm going to challenge you, Gael, Adam, myself, we're going to challenge you to be in the dojo, the kumites, the discords, and actually put this into practice. And if you are in a, I think John and several members, Stanley, many of you are already in a B2B environment, go out there and put some of this into practice. Come back and let us know, post in the inner circle, right? Let us know. Give us feedback, okay? Let us know what else you want us to add into, because the content for part 2 is going to be very dependent on how much you guys are getting this. If you're not getting it, there's no point of us giving you more advanced stuff. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Okay. So other questions you can ask. What is the time frame to impact or ability to recoup the investment? When you're speaking to CFO or anyone that's a ruler position, you do not want them to think of this as a cost. Everything is a recouping of investment, ROI, return on investment. Mitigate risk, return on investment. Mitigate risk, return on investment. Mitigate what? And return on investment. Exactly. Good. Keeping it very simple. Don't stress. If you're in a meeting, you draw a blank, you don't know what to say next, even tattoo this on the back of your hand if you have to. Mitigate risk, return on investment. Mitigate risk, return on investments. Okay. We'll give you lots of questions. So provide them, ask things like time to implement, time to get results. Be very pragmatic. Adam, actually, you've been on some of my calls, on the B2B calls, and I think Mohammed or several other B2B members have been on some. James has gone through. I think Sean has heard me. You will hear me use the term. The funny thing is I'm naturally probably more Sapphire Pearl, but you'll hear me get very Ruby Emerald or Emerald Ruby when I'm speaking. And I'll say, actually, I'd rather take a pragmatic approach, a conservative approach. I strategically use the word pragmatic. So let's look at this conservatively. I would like to tell you the time frame would be within 2 months, but I'm fairly pragmatic. I'm sure you are as well too. So how about we be conservative about this? What if we say we can get this done within 90 days, 3 months? Now, if we over deliver, we do it within 2 months, I'm sure you wouldn't be upset with us, right? Okay, good. So pragmatically, let's aim for a 90-day time frame. Does that meet your departmental needs? Does that meet your company's needs? And obviously your personal needs. I think you're still with the company, for the next 90 days before the end of the year. Is that correct? Okay. Now notice what I did there? I weaved in company needs, department needs, but of course the personal needs. So I'm just fantasizing in my head that this person is probably trying to exit the company by the end of the year. So they want to hit those departmental targets so that they can transition, right? And you're being pragmatic about it, okay? Time to get results, time to recoup, profit from the investment, so they don't leave the company and people, talk smack about them behind their back, talk negatively about them behind their back after they left. No, they actually achieved, they got credit for bringing in and implementing an initiative before they left the company, okay? Important there. So let's dive into this one. I'm going to ask Adam to come out here. This is something, it was a funny thing because, sometimes you don't know yourself until someone observes what you've done. And I was having conversations with Adam, and we were talking about some of the frameworks that I might naturally do in my closing call. So do you think that would be helpful? How many of you would like to, again, I really appreciate all the accolades and people always saying, oh, you don't have to be the Sarge, right? But this is something that has worked for me. So find out what works for you. But with your permission, I'm going to give you something of how my brain thinks when I'm in the call. You know, I don't get all, this is the part I don't get all emerald. This part is already naturally built in. I keep it really ultra simple for ultra high ticket closing. And you're just looking for these 3 categories. So Adam's going to help me out at this part here. Can we do that? Do we have your permission? Okay, great. Adam, so let's talk about this. We have this triangle here. Okay, it's not the wealth triangle. It's called the trust, authority, and thank you triangle.
Yes, exactly. And the point of the triangle is basically that this you will see another triangle soon, but this one is specifically designed to give the idea of the framework you want to go through. So what I noticed when Desmond closes, since I have been on a lot of calls with him, the first thing he does is create trust. Without trust, you cannot even move on. The second thing is, as soon as he has trust, like he has the Sarge power, like the authority that he pulls through. And as soon as he has the authority, he is in a position to give advice, to give resources, to give connections. And who has heard there's role play, and then often like he naturally drops the big names. He drops like, oh yeah, I know this guy and this guy, very casually drops the big names, drops the huge connections that he has. That is where the people give him a thank you for sharing what he has. Now you would say, well, how do I get trust? How do I get authority? How do I get the thank you? That's like too complicated. And the usual process was many people tried to be like Desmond, and they weren't using the framework, but just trying to copy him. And this does not work. I was guilty of that too. And you cannot imitate someone else. You have to be yourself, but use the strategies and tactics that work. So we broke it down even further for you. When you take a look at how trust, authority, and thank you get, that is what comes out of it.
So that
the first thing is,
yes,
that is we call it the DES triangle. D for deconstruct. You deconstruct specifically what the client
Adam,
is saying.
The
Yes?
DES triangle, not the death triangle, right?
The DES, yes, DES triangle.
DES,
My English is
okay.
perfect.
I mean, I'm shocked. I'm like, we're not going for the death triangle here, right? Okay, so it's the DES triangle, yes.
I'm from Germany. This is the DES to all of the Czechs, yeah?
Okay, we got to tone the Sapphires down here. Sapphire, otherwise we'll be on here till like midnight. Okay, let's continue.
Right,
well
so
done, Adam. Yep.
So the first step is you want to deconstruct what somebody says. This is connected to listening with intent, to making sure that you really understand specifically what somebody is saying. You don't accept the vagueness. Vagueness can kill your deal. Anything that you don't know can kill your deal. You don't want to have that. As soon as you know exactly what a person is speaking about, here comes the genius that I saw in Desmond. He listens to what the client says, and the client gives him like a gazillion different topics, and Desmond only expands on those that he has expertise in. So therefore, let's say the client speaks about 3 different topics. Desmond only knows one of those. He expands on the one he knows about. Automatically, it looks like he's an expert at everything, but just wants to give attention here. With this specific tactic, and we're going to in detail so you can see how that looks like in real life, you immediately look like an authority because you choose your battle. You choose your battleground, like the art of war, right? You can use the environment to your advantage. You choose where to fight. And this is what Desmond is a master in. And the last thing is supply, where you get to say thank you, where you give people connections or things you know. And I noticed once I implemented that framework, I could be 100% myself and at the same time get the same results. Like when I close and I do that, suddenly people are super ultra grateful, and like they think I'm this biz dev god, but in reality, like the client does all the work. So how would you like to be able to do that too?
I'll do a quick just a quick thank you, Adam. That was wonderful. You know, and again, I didn't even realize I was doing this until Adam was having a discussion with me and we were dissecting what we were doing. So again, it comes down to like the deconstruct. It's quickly that trust, or you know, and don't be so fixated. Sometimes you know, I know it says DES, right? It's just conveniently DES, but sometimes maybe you know you're bouncing between the 3. Okay, that's why it's a triangle. You're moving around the three. We're getting on a call. It's the agenda setting. I'm asking questions like how did they find out? What okay, what made them come in? And of course, there's a lot of other philosophy and principles behind like the copy and how the call was booked, or whether it was a qualifying call and as an SDR call. All those things are important. But let's just assume all those were done correctly, and we've positioned. I already come in with a bit of authority, done correctly with a team. A natural AE should have a form of authority. Never come in as an AE and feel submissive and subversive. You are there to serve. You can be humble, but you're not submissive. There's a big difference. Okay. So you do remember the doctor or the trusted advisor, right? A doctor's there to serve, and they're humble enough to listen to you, but don't forget that they also are still a doctor. You're the one with the cancer or the pain or the whatever it is, the ailment, and you're going to them to solve it, right? So always remember that, and you maintain your authority. Now, how do we add to that authority, or how do we? So as we're talking, I'll give you an example. There was a role play. It's not a role play. There was an actual call. We won't, for purpose of privacy, we're not going to mention the actual person's name. Individual actually, comes from a Middle Eastern country, and but has been doing business in mammograms and radiology, and actually has an office. The phone number was an Austrian phone number, and it was also a German phone number. So I brought Adam actually onto the call with me, and during the call, this individual. Actually, maybe Adam, why don't you tell the story a bit? Maybe break it in and change the name of the person, and give some examples. And if you're stumbling, I can also help you about how did I deconstruct it, how did I expand on it a bit, and then we continue through the call, and how do we actually end up with a bit of a thank you.
And it was like I'm trying to be as concise as possible, Sapphire Brain and all. So basically, what Desmond did, like immediately once he noticed that the client, let's call him John, right? As soon as he noticed that John had ties to Vienna and Germany, he basically said, "Hey, Adam, can you come on?" to create a connection over that. And then we were basically having a connection over this already, which was super brilliant. And he was straight.
Oh, did we lose Adam? Adam, your connection, we're losing a bit of your connection there. Okay. So I think Adam is going to be just adjusting. Dana, maybe give. Oh.
Huge people in the sector.
Oh, Adam, we lost you there for about a good 30 seconds.
He didn't notice.
Adam, we lost you
Sorry
for about 30
that.
seconds.
So basically, yeah. So then I will rewind. So basically, it began with Desmond spotting that John was basically having ties to Vienna, Germany, brought me on to have an immediate familiarity. And as soon as that was done, he was specifically listening to what, let's call him John was saying. And he knows, okay, he was talking about health industry, and Desmond was applying his own experience when he was living in Japan, working, like he basically had all the big names. And so he was casually dropping, oh yeah, I like this in this company and this and yes. Oh yeah, and then when I worked with those, like humble bragging without looking like bragging, immediately got the authority. They were talking about that specific things. And then he was applying his knowledge, his experience, and the people he worked with, and immediately had a strong connection to the person, to the individual, and immediately seemed like he's the boss in the room. And the most powerful thing is, always remember that, if you have authority and you give freely without asking for anything in return, you immediately seem more powerful, because the generous king is more powerful than a generous beggar. It's a nice gesture if you have nothing to give, if you want to give but you don't have anything. But if you have all the power and you are on this like high level and you basically elevate the other person to yourself, that seems very generous and creates immense trust. And that was actually where I found out the desk triangle, where I noticed that, and I was like, okay, I need to deconstruct that. And from there on, basically when I talked to Des, we found out like how he works, how that fits together. And after a very intensive brain surgery, we found exactly out how his brain works. So
that's right. That's why I had the migraines after, right, Adam? Without drinking exactly. the Cokes and the Red Bulls and the Mountain Dews that you drink in the monsters, right? Okay. Exactly. So is this making sense a bit for you? Again, you don't have to get it. Maybe you're not getting it. Got it, right? Apply this. You can apply this in B2C. You can apply this in B2B. You know, you don't have to be, if you're younger, again, be knowledgeable, be read on a topic. I had a mentor once in Japan. He was actually one of my first sales mentors. His name was Makiyama-san. I'll give him credit. He always used to say to me, and we used to go face-to-face meetings, sitting down with HR managers, CEOs. You know, that's how I got into many of the big companies. It was through him and learning how to pick up the phone and call. You know, Makiyama-san used to say, set the stage. Even the way we come into the room, when the receptionist brings into the room, how we sit in the room, he's like, nope, Desmond, sit over here, put your pen over here, don't do this. Okay, when I talk, you just listen, you write notes, right? Don't cross your legs, don't do this. When they come in, stand up, we bow. Everything was setting the stage, and you would have the binder. In those days, we used to do binder sales, where you open and flip through a binder. So, but I watched my mentor, one of my first mentors, you know, how he went through as well too. He would listen to things that they were talking about. You would ask him questions and he'd smile, a little bit Columbo style. Really? Okay. And as they did that, then he would, you know, deconstruct. He'd find something that he knew a bit about or he had some experience with, and he would not try to take over and try to talk and show off, but he would just show them that he knew enough about the topic so that it creates a bond and he relates with them. Then he would expand on it a bit. Okay. And usually this is good when you have case studies and you know what's worked before. Then you expand on it, because then now you're already positioning yourself as a bit of the authority, as the trusted advisor, right? And again, giving freely, always being disconnected or unattached to the sale, letting them know you can plant seeds in there. You can say, even if we're not going to be working together, and you'll hear me say this on my calls, even if we don't end up working together, my commitment here is I'm going to give you something that you can implement that's going to bring some value to your company. Is that okay with you? That's a thank you at the start of a call, but usually by the end of the call, you're supplying them with something. This is the giving value. Always make it a point that for every meeting you get on, always leave the meeting supplying them with something, supplying them with a new strategy that they didn't think about. It's no different than in the internet marketing world. Sometimes we all get suckered into this. We all enter our email to get some sort of ebook, right? Now, most of you won't do that because you're too, I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like Sifu, but Dan Long, like you're just lazy. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do the thinking. But go in with that mindset. I would rather put in the 10 hours to do the thinking and figure out what I'm going to get to supply the one person than to go to 10 meetings and actually come out without a thank you. I get that one thank you is worth more than 10 meetings without a thank you. It is so important to get a thank you, that they feel that you actually care about their business, that you're willing to make referrals. I'm the one who actually will ask. They think I'm there to close, and I'll actually say, by the way, do you have a referral program, or I might have some clients. I might have a Rolodex of some people that actually as I was doing my research about your company, I think your product. And don't be facetious about this. Don't be superficial about this. Be sincere about it. Right? Do some actual research. I actually show them that I love their products. In fact, heck, I might even know some people, some other CEOs, because I meet with other CEOs that may actually use your products. Maybe you can connect me to one of your sales, your VP of sales, right? Or maybe your other department members, if I can introduce some customers. That in itself communicates that you care about their business. You're there to add value. Is this making sense? Now, I got a Rolodex of a brain. How? I just did the same thing that I just taught you a few minutes ago. What Sifu does. I have a Rolodex of a brain. I know a lot of CEOs. I've been saying that for the last 5 years. What do you think my genie or my subconscious mind or my higher mind, my creative mind, what do you think it's to the universe, to a God, to a religion? What do you think it's sending? What kind of vibration? What kind of message do you think I'm sending? Right? I have a Rolodex of a brain. In fact, because of the nature of the role that I do, I actually come in contact with a lot of other business owners. In fact, when I was doing my research on your company, I saw that actually your solution, I may have, now I'm not lying. When you say something like that, make sure you follow through. If you're going to make an introduction, make sure you make an introduction. Okay, otherwise they'll just see through that and they'll see that you just did that as lip service. And in fact, they'll get a dirty sense, you know, a dirty feeling after that. Okay. So if you're gonna say you're gonna make an introduction, follow through, be a person of your word, your integrity. That's how you become the trusted advisor. Do you remember in class 1 we showed that matrix with the diagonal line going up, right? To be that trusted advisor, integrity is one of those steps. So this is one of those things that you do. Supply to get that thank you. Now, a thank you can come in many different forms. In the different phases of the B2B closing, it can also come where you've actually made the close. I'm going to challenge each and every one of you. The first person who actually gets this, post in the inner circle chat, and you're going to have to have proof with it, of course. Okay. I'm going to ask maybe Dana and the community to just keep eyes out for it. I'm going to personally send you a $100 Amazon gift card. Or I'll find something else to send you, no matter where you are in the world. I'll send you something of $100 value, okay? But here's the commitment. You have to put it towards education. You gotta, you know, so I'm not gonna send you just $100 cash. You know, it'll be a gift card for something that you can reinvest into books or something else, okay? Does that sound fair? The first person who wants to hear the challenge, the first person who can actually apply this in a B2B situation, and the thank you comes in the form of your client making a referral for you. Your client felt you delivered so much value that they're willing to refer someone else to you. And I know Bogdan did that. You gotta do it again, Bogdan.
Yeah, sorry guys, like I'm totally gonna cash that in.
Stopwatch starts thinking. The Ruby's already like, man, I'm gonna watch this class and do it at the same time. Emeralds are, you know, they're mapping out the exact time frame. They've got their spreadsheet and they know exactly how they're gonna do it. Sapphire's like, what? $100? Yeah, party, right? And then the Pearls are like, oh, who can I give that card to? Who can I give? Someone else that deserves it. You know, I don't deserve it. I deserve it. No, I don't deserve it. I gotta give it to someone else. Okay, so let's keep moving. Okay, is this helpful? Use this framework. You'll start to see how this works as we start to move into more of the role plays. Okay, let's deconstruct it. Adam.
So deconstruct itself has 5 steps to them. The first steps is to really truly understand, and you need to take note on this in the call. And I love to use a whiteboard because I noticed that when I whiteboard, I can still focus on what a client says. Because when I handwrite, I'm too focused. I'm just used from the copywriting to completely immerse. So you want to make sure that all the specifics a prospect said are laid out in front of you. And when I say all the specifics, I mean all of the specifics, all the quantifiables, everything that is the slightest bit vague. You want to make sure you have a specific number, a specific value. Nothing is left to chance, because every little percent you miss can cost you millions of dollars. That's the step 1. Step 2 from the deconstruct is specifically looking for inconsistencies. So for example, I once had a closing call where a client said, yeah, like he has a budget of 10K. Like he has an advertising budget of $25,000 a month, but his revenue is $150K a year. Like, how does that work? That makes no sense. And so therefore, it's good to ask, okay, so you said you have an advertising budget of $25,000 a month, correct? Yes. And you say you have a revenue of $150,000 a year? Yes. Like, help me understand, I'm confused. Like, how are you financing that? And then if you are very respectful about it and curious, right? Not like, hey man, like what you say makes no sense, stop lying to me. Doesn't work. You are respectful. You come from the place of, help me understand. I'm not entirely sure. I'm confused. What are you doing there?
Yeah, Adam,
you will get very powerful ideas.
I'll stack on top of that too. I think we've heard also Dan do this as well on calls, right? He never insults the client, even though he knows something is off, right? He'll always say, "Yeah, actually, no, I think you've done pretty good. You know, you've actually achieved quite a bit. However, help me to understand." He plays a little bit more Columbo at that point. Help me to understand. I mean, some of these, help me understand the math here. How does that work? How does that play out? And you'll usually reveal. But during the deconstruct process, again, what's this doing? It's positioning you as a little bit of an authority, not condescending. You're speaking, you know, to a mutual peer. Now you're no longer, you know, the biggest number one killer for most B2B sales professionals, that you see yourself as a sales position. See yourself as a fellow CEO who's asking pragmatic questions and trying to understand their business. It's as simple as that. Okay, continue, Adam.
It's very, very important. And the more business acumen you accumulate, the more easily you will spot those. For example, I remember, like, Desmond, you brought that, I think in HTC it was, when you said the CEO was asking, like, hey, I need to talk to my secretary. The closer was, oh, yeah, sure, like, you will get back to me. Like, in what world does the CEO need to talk to the secretary, right? Like, makes no sense. And so therefore, if you spot those things, you can hunt them down. Third step is you want to bottom line it. And sometimes you hear Desmond say that, like, okay, let's bottom line it, like bring that together. Like what's the outcome that you want? And specifically with Sapphire business owners, you really want to make sure, okay, what is the one thing, the one single thing you want to get out of our working together? Like, what do you want to accomplish? With this, you can automatically eliminate completely utopic expectations. You know exactly what they want.
Adam, I'm going to chime in for a second. Gael, you can also chime in. See, let's tie this back to Gael's triangle as well, too, right? The pyramid that we talked about, we showed you. What is the step when you bottom lining it? Let's quick test for everyone. See if you're paying attention. Which of the steps in the pyramid is this? Not that pyramid, not the one that we just showed. I'm talking about even earlier when we're talking about, clarity. Is it quantified? Not even that part. We're talking about even the, oh man, I have to back up here. No. We're talking about the framework that that Gael uses, right? That B2B, B2B professionals should be using. Go further back even. Some of you might have even, the Emeralds might have even drawn it out. Corporate vision? Nope. Business strategy? Strategic.
I think Patrick was actually asking for it at the beginning in phase 4, POV. I'm not sure whether some of you spotted that acronym.
Yes, POV.
Not point of view, no. What does it stand for?
Yeah, POV is in the recently people with all the, what is it, the GoPros and things like that. No. Yeah, not point of view.
What could it be standing for in a closing meeting?
And don't be afraid if you don't know the answer. Just say you're not sure.
When we quantify, I'll give it to you. So proof of value. When you're at this closing meeting and you want to bottom line what the decision maker wants, you need to do a proof of value by showing the numbers so that they make sense when it comes to making the decision. And this is key. That's why you have to transition to quantifying questions and do the math. Or like Bogdan said, I think it was the best analogy. You don't have to do the math. You just have to push the buttons and let them press the equals button for them to do the math on their own. So
yeah, I like that.
It was a great analogy, right? There.
We do the math and they press the equal button. Exactly. Right. And those that were on the HIC class and you heard Dan do the role play with me, he did that with me. We were calculating the numbers together. He was getting me to press the equal button. We were doing what in the B2B world we call POV. It's proof of value. In the B2C world, again, when we are closing, is this a price? Is this a matter of price or is this a matter of value? So obviously in the B2C, you're doing a one call close, you say that. But it's the same thing. Do you understand? See how B2B sometimes is very similar to B2C, but just in a more sophisticated, sometimes maybe more complex terminology. Don't let that scare you. Okay, let's bottom line this. And I will even sometimes say directly to the client. You can even say, do you mind if I actually just go through and let's just do a simulation here. Let me just demonstrate some proof of value. You start using vernacular like that. Yeah, you got the ears of people who understand that proof of value. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's make a simulation here, and let's even be pragmatic and conservative about the calculations. Is that okay with you? What if we only, and when you do a strategy like that, your goal is to just even get them to believe in your conservative numbers. Why? Because even in their head, the most skeptical person is even going half of that. So say, for example, we're going from 10,000 to 40,000. Okay, well, let's be conservative. Let's even say from 10,000 to 20,000 10,000 to 30,000. In their mind, they're going 10,000 at 20,000. They're already getting an ROI. They're mitigating risk and they are getting an ROI, a return on investment. Because you know what, in a better case scenario, MTO, minimum target optimal, in a minimal they get 20,000, target they hit 30,000, optimal they get 40,000. Great. I'm just overly simplifying that. Does that make sense? When you start thinking with these kind of frameworks in your head, the choice of words and questions and the way you position your questions, you lead your stakeholder is going to help them. Okay, so we're spending too much time on this one, but I think you're starting to understand this. When you start to see the role plays, you'll start to, I'm going to challenge you. Every time we go through role plays, we deconstruct the role plays, start looking for where these things are happening. Okay, Adam?
Yeah, and the next thing, now we pay close attention. We have the bottom line, but we have the single most important thing they want. There is a very, very subtle difference. Put in the chat, what's the difference between a bottom line and the single most important thing they want? What do you think that is? People are typing. Gotta have it, specific. No, not yet. Bottom line is like a briefing, while the single most important is the urgency. Yeah, you got it. Ivan Demarin got it. The bottom line is basically the short thing. Hey, this is what I want to do. And the single most important thing is the urgency. So basically, the single most important thing is behind the bottom line. The bottom line should lead to that. And many closers are just happy with, oh yeah, I got the bottom line, that's it. No, it's not. The bottom line is not deep enough. It is just superficial. This works in B2C. But the single most important thing is what they absolutely need.
Which goes back to the three levels.
Yes.
Remember we talked about? What is the absolute thing that they absolutely want?
Yeah.
Let's see, let's type in the chat. Personal.
There
Yeah,
you
the
go.
individual, the personal, right? It's no different than B2C.
Exactly.
Again, you're still trying to find that individual, but it's just slightly different. In the B2B world, sometimes it's more tied to their job, it's more tied to their position. Maybe it's an authority, maybe it's a respect, maybe it's a credential, right? But again, you know, you're dealing sometimes with C-suite executives. I'm not trying to stereotype because you have also startup companies and everything else like that. Many times, if you're in the corporate world, enterprise world, you might be dealing with someone that's over the age of 40. What's important to someone that's over the age of 40? Are they married, not married? Same sex, like LGTV. What's important to them? Don't be shy of some topics. Moving, relocating. Is it a compensation package? What's important to them? Now, if you can go even deeper, you build a lifelong friendship with someone. I've done that before many times. Even the managing director who eventually helped me get into Goldman Sachs. I'm still friends with him till today. We still communicate from time to time. He's got 4 kids. He used to drive a BMW X5. We talk about skiing, right? We became personal family friends eventually, right? Because we used to build that, but that's on a personal level. And I knew what his needs were, right? To hit his from the departmental level to the company level as also his personal level, right? As a dad. So use that. Okay, let's move on, Adam.
Yep. Now, the last thing in deconstruct is now you really take a look at what thing of emotional value you have the most knowledge about. I'm going to repeat it slowly. From everything they said that has an emotional value to them, what are you the most knowledgeable about? This is your stepping stone to expansion into authority. You will get an example of this later where you can directly see how this works. But make sure you find that where they have the most powerful emotional value and you know about it, you can expand easy. This is where we come to the next step.
Repeat that part again, Adam, because that's something that we do, right? And I've showed you how to do that.
Yeah.
As we're going through and as we're doing the rapport building and we're trying to find out where, and we're deconstructing everything they're doing, I'm trying to find, this is the key thing here. I'm trying to find, and you should be too as well. You're trying to find something that is close enough to the individual or something that has emotional value, what they said. And emotional can be, again, tied into departmental and company, but primarily at the individual level for the business solution. And then something that you are fairly knowledgeable about or you're an expert in or you're knowledgeable about, tie that in because then now you can expand. Okay, now Adam, go ahead and explain this part.
Yes, so basically the things you are knowledgeable about allow you to go into detail. And as soon as you are able to go into detail, you are able to seem as an authority and become an authority. Now, as soon as you have that ground, you want to find out why it is important to them. Because now that they see that you are knowledgeable and an authority, they will feel that you actually will understand why it is important to them. Because so many closers just try to find out, yeah, why is this important to a person? But as soon as the client thinks, yeah, you wouldn't understand anyway, like, how would you? You're like the small closer that has never had $1 million company before. Then you will never get the real meat, right? Or the real tofu in case you're vegetarian. But the thing is, you want to make sure you expand on it and you get the trust of the client to tell you why it is important, and they make themselves vulnerable to you. And then you go to the next step. Because, and here's the thing, if you are not experienced in something, then you use a super neat trick. You just ask them, oh, really? Tell me more about that. And from there, you deconstruct further. With this very smooth Tai Chi move, you are able to deflect it, and it doesn't look like you're a complete savage. So for example, let's say Desmond and I are talking, and Desmond has like zero idea of let's say,
Adam, yeah, go for it.
Yu-Gi-Oh magic cards. Huh?
Oh, what the?
Sorry?
Okay, yeah. So Adam, wow. Okay, so what other hobbies have you done? I know you do the sword things, and you've done some Japanese stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, one of my most favorite things in my pastime is like playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, interesting. Well, tell me more about that. I mean, how did you get started in that?
Yeah, like I started, I think, with the age of 12, and there you go, right? Super fucking smooth.
Very
Like,
smooth,
it just
right?
even seemed like he never heard of it. Like, it doesn't even sound like he has no idea, right? It sounds super, oh, how did you get started that? Like, it sounds almost like he knows it. Isn't this amazing?
There's so many things. You can just
Brilliant.
be genuinely interested in that person. Oh, really? How'd you get started?
Yeah.
What made you get involved in that? Wow, okay. And you started at 12? Wow. So that means you've been doing this now for how many years? You're what, 40? I'm obviously
Yeah,
getting
20
the
years.
ages. Into it, yeah?
40. 32.
Come
Yes.
on, Adam. 40 is not bad, man. I'm 43. Join the club,
Yeah. You got a few years ahead of me. Like, if you continue that, I'll call you the Grandpa Des.
Oh man, you're gonna come up with another framework. You're becoming like seafood here. You're becoming like throwing me under the bus here, right? Gael, come in and save me, man. Okay.
You're on your own. Now, this is so important because it's how do you use this to build credibility and relevance and trust with in business world? Use cases. You got to use use cases that are relevant in an industry, and that's the fastest way for you to connect at a business level with C-level executives, by expanding on relevant use cases in an industry, in a business problem. So very important topic there.
Yeah, 100%. And
Okay.
now, once you have expanded, like in this way, there's a simple, easy like formula you can use, and it works like that. Do you
Actually,
have experience in the topic?
before Adam goes into this formula, I can't be a hypocrite. Words are powerful, right? So I'm reading the chat. I'm 43 years young. I'm kicking butt over any of you rubies. That's right. I'm having more fun, sapphires. I'm helping more pearls, and I'm so emerald. No one can pull the wool over my eyes. I know all the numbers and the details. I'm extremely good at being emerald. There you go. There's my affirmation. I'm gonna eat my own cooking right there. Okay, Adam, let's take it away.
All right, thank you. Super young Desmond, full of energy, basically younger than all of us.
That's right.
Also putting out some
24/7.
information for you. Perfect. Now, once you have this formula, it's very easy. Do you have experience on the topic? Yes. Then you ask for more details to find the pain points. If you have no experience in the topic, you let them elaborate until you have something you are knowledgeable about. And basically for them, it will feel like a very natural conversation, no problem whatsoever. And so therefore, it's fluid.
And here's the trick. You've been on thousands of calls, and you've actually spoken to so many people. And this is something that my first mentor, Makiyama-san, actually did. I realized actually because he had been on so many sales meetings, and he was always asking these questions, and he was taking mental note of it. He actually started to develop experience. He became like a jack of all trades. He knew enough about enough topics. He knew enough people from enough places. Right? So again, for the people that don't have much experience, don't let it get you down. Just start asking questions. You got to start somewhere. And eventually what happens is you build up that Rolodex. You build up that Rolodex of knowledge, where you eventually know someone who knows someone. You're connecting the dots in your head. Oh yeah, I do know a CEO actually that I once spoke with that actually did that pharmaceutical industry, right? And then they had challenges with the FDA. Is that something similar to what you're talking about? Right. Tell me more about that. Now, see, I'm not saying I'm the FDA specialist, but I've just built some authority by connecting the dots. I expanded on it, and I basically brought it in. Okay. I'm co-branding with the other CEO, right? So eventually, when you do enough closing calls, you've met with enough individuals, especially when you're in B2B world and you're meeting with different companies, right? Now again, professionalism, you're not revealing their competitors' stuff to them, but you can say I've met with the heads of companies similar to yours, and let me just tell you, I want to protect their privacy just like I would protect yours, but they're going through similar challenges as you are. And here's what I found. Felt, found. Here's what I found. Again, you're expanding on it if it's something you know. If you don't, well, tell me more. Why was that a challenge? And then I keep it in my head. The next time I go talk to the other company, I'm going to use that. Do you see how this builds and builds and builds? The more you do this, it becomes fun, it becomes good, your confidence goes up the more you do this. So always go into closing calls. Do you remember, if you ever listen to Dan and HTC, they always talk about, when you get into a call, there's 3 things you get. Who knows the answer? There's 3 things you get out of a closing call. You get one of these 3. You get a yes, a no, or a lesson. This goes into the lesson. You get a yes, a no, and a lesson. See, the yes, no, and a lesson. If you don't know, you still get a lesson out of it. Take note of it. Listen with intent, because you will use it on the next call. Is this making sense? Okay, Adam, continue.
You're stacking skills, just like that. You automatically get better. And yeah, this is basically you get paid to become a better person. It's amazing. Awesome. Now, the last part of the death triangle is actually supply. And the supply is where you can shine, where you can give them limitless value. Now let's take a look how that looks like. If you supply, you have 3 things you can give them. Your valuable connections, which will grow over the time when you do a lot of closing calls, a lot of people, if you expand your network on a consistent basis, do LinkedIn networking. You also can share successes that you had in a current situation. Like, oh, you had your sales drop last year. Yeah, exactly. Like last time when I spoke to a client of mine, they had the same issue. We solved it by using XYZ. Or you can share knowledge that is helpful to the situation. So for example, when say, oh, yeah, our ad accounts get shut down all the time. Oh yeah, I know what it is. Like we spend $1 million a month on ads, and we figured out a strategy that helps here. For example, this way you can give them a lot of value very naturally. And as Desmond just said it, the more closing calls you have, the more knowledge and power and skills you accumulate, and the more stuff you can easily share. And that makes you a super connector that allows you to connect the dots for anybody, everybody, everywhere. Because the more you, like, this is why, if you ever saw Desmond's room, like he has a gazillion books in there. He has such broad knowledge that he is able to connect anything in a closing call. Every topic, every call he ever had allows him to connect a bigger, like to create a web of value. A web of value for the people he talks with.
Adam, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Naturally, I'm just I'm always standing. I can see as far as I can see because I stand on the shoulders of giants, and I get to stand on the shoulders of Sifu and many other mentors that I've had. So I wish that on all of you. I hope that. Not even wish, not even hope. I can feel that for each and every one of you. Use this framework. You can see this. Take a screenshot of this. Post this up. Put it somewhere where you can see. Don't just take a screenshot. Don't just go back to the recording. Print this out. paste it up on a wall, put it in somewhere where, you know, it's not going to be camera facing, but you can see it in front of your computer, because when you're on closing calls, it's going to help you. It's going to give you a framework to then go back to. You might, you know, you might have too much on your mind as you're going into a call. You might be nervous, but then you just look up and you see this: supply, value, valuable connections. Okay, reminder, you know, subtly share success similar to the current situation. You know, the feel, felt, found. How did it solve it? Or share knowledge helpful to that situation. If you ask yourself these 3 questions before you get off a call, doesn't this make closing, taking calls, you know, instead of just playing role play, instead of just doing, you know, and I'm gonna tease everyone here a bit, you know, playing in the dojo, doing the kumite, you know, and getting, yeah, definitely get bloodied in the dojo so that you don't get bloodied in the real world. But doesn't this make you want to actually get on more live calls? Because the more live calls you get on, all it's doing is just adding and adding to that Rolodex of knowledge. When you look at closing calls from that perspective, I welcome closing calls. You can even ask James this. You know, there are times when we get, you know, we work with marketing, and this many times sales and marketing, they're always at odds. They're always fighting with each other. And sometimes marketing is sending leads that are coming from third world countries and they're not qualified. Who cares? Get on the call. If you can get on the call with them, as long as it's not burning, you know, golden hour times for you. If you got the opening, take the call. You get a yes or no, or you learn something from it. Don't ever think yourself so aloof that you can't learn something from it. You get on a call, you never know, third world country, but there are very, very intelligent, smart people around the world, and they may know something. That's how I know things about countries in Africa and Cameroon and Nigeria, Ghana, you know, Eritrea, you know, Somalia. I know things in Tanzania, different cities in New Zealand, right? All these kind of things, because you meet people. It's like going to a live event. Every time you go on a closing call, it's like meeting someone at a live event. You learn something. So be hungry, be humble to learn, and then you stack on it and you can use it in your closing call. Is that making sense? Curiosity. Always be curious. Okay, let's move on.
So now let's break this down, because we gave you the theory, but you want to see how this looks like in real life. So basically what we're going to do is I will be the business owner now, and Desmond will be the closer. And now we wrote it down for you, like we mapped it out. Now from what you have in front of you right now, deconstruct, expand, apply, watch closely as we are going through that. We will stop after every slide and give you a quick debrief so you can understand it a little bit better of what exactly Desmond is doing, because now you know what to look for. Ready, Desmond?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Me too.
Okay, so you know, what's your biggest issue right now that you're trying to solve, right? Okay, so you know, Adam, what's your biggest issue that you're trying to solve?
Yeah, right now we are struggling with the sales. They're way lower than they should be.
Okay, so and what are you doing right now to fix that?
Well, the first thing that we are trying is to get better, get a property deals, so we can sell them better at a higher value, and get better deals for the stores. Second thing is that we are trying to do is tweak the Facebook ad so we can get more impressions at a higher, like at a lower cost. And the third thing that we are trying right now is training our salespeople.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Pause off the role play. Let's do a quick debrief here.
Let's do a debrief.
Now, can you see? Desmond deconstructed what's my biggest issue. Bottom line, right? Then I told him. Then he said, "What are you doing to fix that?" Like he just says struggling with sales. Like, what is struggling with sales? Like, what am I doing even? He has no idea, so he asks. Now I'm telling him 3 completely different things I'm trying. Now, if he knows about property, he could go there. If he knows about Facebook, he can go there. But since closing is our specialty, he can straight shoot for the salespeople.
So let's type it in the chat. If you were in my position and you were closing now, and let's just say, I'll assume everyone here knows about training salespeople. What would you then follow up? Let's just draw a dotted line, imaginary line underneath this. And Adam has just said, we're trying, we're trying to get better property deals for the stores. What else? Second, we're tweaking the Facebook ad campaigns. And I think the last initiative is really training our salespeople. What would you then say if you're in the AE position and you are now trying to expand and supply? Okay, let's see what we got in the chat. Dana, or maybe Gael, help me to read out what you're seeing.
I like the one from Ivan. What would be the most important what would be the most important thing from the last three that you told me? That's a very good way to clarify and get deeper indeed. Prioritize the requirements.
That's a good one. In fact, yeah, don't just shoot quickly, right? Ask a follow-up question. What's important to you. I like that. Let's assume we didn't ask that question. What else? Let's just say we know we're gonna drill in on train and deal with salespeople. Let's say that's something that you have experience in.
Then let's go to the next step, right?
Yes. So we'll jump into that. Okay.
Yeah. And we're back in the role play. Basically, I just told you, hey, we wanna get better property deals, tweak the Facebook campaigns, and train our salespeople.
Exactly. So who got it? I think I saw it in the someone wrote it in the chat here, right? I think Dave put it in there. So you'll see, and Adam just says the follow-up. I would say, I see. Well, thank you. So what do you do to train your salespeople on, and what's the issue?
Well, the main issue that I see is the empathy. It just seems that they only read the scripts but they don't understand the scripts, right? They sound like fucking robots.
Okay, pause
off the role play. Yeah. Now see what Desmond did there. Very naturally chose one topic he knows about, asks about it naturally, gets a natural answer. Let's assume that he has zero idea about Facebook, zero idea about property deals. Will I know that he doesn't? Or will I think he is just an expert who knows what to look for?
So I want to also, think of it also as we're expanding, okay? We're going to expand. Now, when you're thinking about the different, you remember the three levels, right? With Gael, you've also got quantify, right? You got all the different levels. So even in the clarity phase, when I'm asking questions, again, you can do this at all different phases. You'll see how this framework works, how you can expand. So even if I'm asking, do you mind if I ask you about what is your decision-making process? How many stakeholders, who else would be involved in the decision process? Oh, we have this and this, and we have a CFO. Oh, really? CFO? Well, I've worked very closely with our CFO. So that's if I know about the CFO. But if maybe you don't, then you just say, well, tell me about your CFO. What are some important things your CFO needs to know about? Oh, I see. Okay. So, and how many other projects have been approved in the past? What were they like? How long did it take? So, okay, you're trying to get more of that information from them, right? You're expanding on it. You're going deeper with the questions. Again, this is kind of basic, but a little bit more advanced, and we'll go deeper in class 2, part 2, class 4, part 2. We'll cover that. Okay, Adam, let's continue.
Cool. So yeah, we basically, we can go to the next one. So it's the empathy. Yeah, they seem like only read scripts and don't understand them. They sound like robots.
Okay. Well, Adam, I can understand that. I think you're actually not alone there. Most of the salespeople that we've trained, they read scripts, and they didn't get them right. So we make them stop using them at all. Seriously, we make them stop using all the scripts. Yeah, and many CEOs they always ask Dan, why don't your salespeople use scripts? And then Dan would say, well, because you don't close 34.2 billion in 2 years by treating every customer the same. Is that making sense?
Boom. And pause of the role play, right? So this is where he supplies success statistics. Did you hear how subtle and smooth Desmond shifted his voice, his tonality, the small pause he made before the 30.2 billion in 2 years? How casual he said, yeah, we make them stop. We make them stop using them at all. And many CEOs ask them. Everything specifically, like the intonation Desmond uses, is so strategic. And from there, he's like, yeah, you don't close that if you treat every customer the same. And he's giving them a value nugget there, very subtly, at the same time, supplying a success statistic and answering a question.
So I'm going to give you guys a pro tip here. I'll give you a pro tip. You'll notice the most humble AEs that know how to close and use this methodology, they will use a third-person approach. I will always edify someone else. Yeah, exactly. Aaron got it. Many CEOs ask Dan. So what am I positioning myself as? I'm positioning myself as a little bit of a messenger, right? You will hear me actually sometimes. Now, obviously, I've been with Dan. So if I'm not with Dan and I was working in another scenario, I will always find a third person to a third-party approach. I call it a third-party approach, right? So for example, I will, we will say, like I said with Maki, I use Makiyama-san just now, right? I said Makiyama-san, right? San is the Japanese way of, respectful to someone, right? Sir kind of thing. So, Mr. Makiyama, right? So Makiyama-san would always say to me, Desmond, set the room, do this. What am I doing? I'm positioning myself as an authority. I know what I'm talking about, but I'm also positioning myself humbly, delivering the message, supplying something of value that someone of another authority has given. So when I'm speaking sometimes to prospects, I'll say, you know what Dan always says to me? He says, and I'll use my own name, Desmond, don't listen to what they say or what they write, watch what they do. What am I doing here? In that sense that I'm challenging them, but I'm using Dan's authority. I'm borrowing his authority. So for the beginners at B2B, you can always borrow. Look for those opportunities to borrow someone. Borrow, and this is going to be the challenge. You're going to have to think about this. Borrow the authority. Now, if you've ever had the pleasure of meeting someone, maybe you work in a large organization, okay, and sometimes it's very, very normal in a enterprise, organization. So let's just say you work at HubSpot. Okay, I'm just going to use HubSpot because I know Brian Halligan and there's even Mark Roberge and stuff like that who wrote the books, right? I may not have actually met Mark Roberge, but I read his books, right? I might have listened to a podcast with Brian Halligan and Dan. And you know what's really interesting, John, is that Brian Halligan, CEO of HubSpot, right? Our CEO, he always says, blah 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 blah. You'll notice I might just be a entry level AE or something at HubSpot, 500, 600 over employees or team members. I may have never even met Brian Halligan, or I might say, Mark Roberge actually says it's better to blah 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 blah. If you use that, you're positioning yourself also as an authority because you're co-branding with them. Okay. Borrow that authority. Yes, Adam, continue.
Perfect. Thank you, Des. I love how you expand on that because this is so incredibly powerful, borrowing that. And this is exactly what fits in the next step, right? Like when we casually name drop, like let's give them a version 2 of that approach, like of supplying.
Okay. So yeah, you do your line, Adam.
Yeah, it's the empathy. They only seem to read the scripts, but they don't understand them. They sound like robots.
Yeah, I can understand that. Actually, you're not alone here. Joel Bauer, right? He's one of my mutual mentor, had the same issue with his team. And I believe he said, if he had known sooner, he would have made an extra $12 million. He would have been $12 million richer. 12 million had he known sooner.
What?
Yeah. Are you familiar with who Joel Bauer is?
Yeah, man. Like the Joel Bauer?
Yeah. He's a mutual mentor of Dan's and mine.
Wow.
I've been very humbled and fortunate to have been mentored by him as well. And if you ever get an opportunity, definitely train with him. But the issue here was he was trying to do most of that, and he's a masterful closer. Yet he was leaving $12 million on the table because he did not employ closers at the back of the room or closers to follow up with those that he did not convert already in the room.
Holy crap. And pause after role play. That was so brilliant. Like, put in a chat, what have you learned from that? Like, how subtle was that to say, like, he did not do that at the same time without saying, we gave him the closers that closed all his back of the room deals. He said, like, he did not employ back of the room closers. He implies it. Desmond implies it without saying it directly. Brilliant.
How many of you are going to go back and actually re-listen to this part as well too? Good. Okay. We're wrapping up, getting close to the end here. Shake, get some energy. All right. If you're, 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, jump around, get some energy in you, take a deep breath.
Grab a sapphire, sap some of their energy up. All right. Ready for version 3?
Yes.
This is when you actually supply a connection. All right, so yes, empathy. Like the team totally read the scripts and they have no idea like what they really mean. They sound like robots.
Like robots, eh? Well, Adam, I can understand that. You're actually not alone here. One of our top sales leaders, James, recently solved the same issue with one of his 8-figure accounts. I can even ask him if he would be open to give you a few thoughts on, your sales process. And I mean, hey, you might get some value out of it. It may even solve some big issues for you. Happy to do that.
Wow, thank you. And pause of the role play. Like, how will I feel now? I didn't even buy something, and he gives me a connection that I would have never gotten otherwise. Like, how powerful is that? And now think about it. Like, we are 8,000 closers in the family. Do you think there will be a few people that have a lot of knowledge in different industries that you can maybe refer to?
I think everyone's getting it. Be the connector, right? Okay, good. 100%. So we're not going to do this role play. We've done some role play. I actually wanted to bring some out. I think you've got enough to digest for now, just because we're kind of getting over the time limit here. I want to go into the last few. We got about another probably about 15 more slides, right? So can we just skip over this one? Actually, about 10 more slides. Can we kind of skip over some of this? I want to make sure, I want to give you role play time, but I want you to digest this, practice it in real life if you can, in Discord, and by next class we're going to be putting it into practice. Is that fair? Because if you're bringing someone out right now, we'll dissect it, but most likely they won't be able to fully comprehend it right away. Go back. This is very critical. You're going to have to go back and actually go through these again. Okay, find a partner. Actually practice this. Form a group, even like 3-4 of you, a pod, and actually do it. Get feedback. Ideally, find pod members that are different gemstones. Don't get all sapphires together having a party, okay? Rubies all competing against each other, cutting each other's throats, right? Pearls, my God, you're trying to save everyone. Emeralds, my God, you won't even get started because you'll be analysis paralysis. I'm just teasing the emeralds. I can be emerald too. I love emeralds. I love being an emerald. So good. Emeralds are the powerhouses of the numbers because business is all about numbers. The language of business is numbers. Okay, so let's give you some bonuses. Who wants some bonuses? Yes? Very simple. You don't even have to do the Google. Your fingers don't even have to do the typing, right? I don't want to requote Dan Pena about Googling, but bonus, B2B terms glossary. Start to study this. These are not the be-all, end-all. We could create an entire encyclopedia, but you should start to understand the language of the B2B world. This is going to only stack on top of your business acumen. Don't fake it. If you don't know these words, don't use it because you're only opening a can of worms for yourself. Be careful, sapphires. Make sure if you are going to study these glossary terms that you understand how to use it in practical terms, because you don't want to ever get caught throwing a word out there and trying to show off, right? It always comes down again to, trying to please people, trying to get that recognition, trying to show off, and you're starting to talk to someone, oh yeah, is that CapEx or OpEx? And then they call you out on it and start going to details and you can't answer. Now you look like a fool. All that hard work, and now they can see through your BS. So don't do that. Only leverage these terms if you know enough about it. Start to read about it. Make it fun. I started thinking these are amazing terms. I wanted to know more about these terms. It's like going down the rabbit hole. And soon enough, just like reading books, soon enough you're an expert, in the area. If you're dealing with traders, maybe you're looking at stop losses, or maybe you're looking at, all the different terms that you're going to be doing. Trend lines, retraction. You start to learn the terms. If you're dealing with in the pharmaceutical worlds or nutraceutical worlds, what are the different terminologies that you got there? If you're dealing in the equipment space, or maybe in IT, SaaS companies, what are the terms there? Again, I would highly encourage you, lean towards learning, especially the language that the rulers need to make a decision. Okay, which is going to be the CFO. You don't have to be an expert on it, but you should definitely be a somewhat generalist on it at first to kind of get something. Monthly recurring revenue, annual revenue. Be careful. MRR can sometimes be RMM, recurring monthly. Oh, sorry, RMR, recurring monthly revenue. Okay, there's many ways of saying it. So don't just be fixated on MRR. Okay. annual recurring revenue. Open up the glossary. In fact, if anything, I'm going to challenge some of you. Let's see if how many of you can be goal givers. In the part of your homework assignments, and I didn't even probably put on the assignment. I'm giving a lot of assignments here. Hopefully, you know, the Emeralds are keeping track of this. But seriously, challenge you. And don't go do any copy and paste. You know, I don't want to see anyone just go grab a link from something they found online. Actually, type it out, write it out. As you know, copywriters, writing it out actually burns it into your memory even better. And then actually post it in Inner Circle. Post your glossary terms that you actually looked into. Make a list of them, right? And ones that you think you can apply right away, okay? Bonus, surefire way to build instant rapport with anyone else, with anyone in 6 steps. Adam?
Oh yeah, so before we go into that, do you remember what Gail said in the beginning about the hero that was actually in favor of the other company because of some personal stuff, of some politics? Now, what would it be if you would have the ability to instantly, easily, effortlessly create a personal, powerful friendship and connection with anyone you speak to? How would that impact your closing skill? And to give you an outline, I have in the beginning of HTC, I come from a hypnosis background, as some of you know. And in the beginning of HTC, like I sucked so bad as a closer. I was good to close for my own business, but other deals, not so much. The techniques, I was like super green monster, super energetic, speaking high and fast, right? And the only thing that saved me was my power to build rapport. And this is a technique that comes from hypnosis, but I have to warn you here. Many people think, oh yeah, hypnosis, this amazing mind control thing where you can like control everybody to do whatever you want, and it's like manipulating
Look
NLP
into my
stuff.
eyes, right? Yeah, look at the watch, right? TikTok, you know, in a moment you're going to fall asleep and you're going to listen to all my words. Listen to my
Yeah,
words.
exactly. Mr. Prospect, I'm going to send you a video of me swinging a pendulum. Watch it closely, right? Yeah.
As your credit card comes out, by the time the credit card comes out, you're about to
give me everything you want, right? Now, here's the thing. This specific technique, I have to stress this and I want to promise on that. You can only use this to actually create a powerful, honest, and genuine connection. I'm going to warn you, if you are using this with ulterior motives, and if you're trying to use this to manipulate, not only will it have the opposite effect, in fact, it will backfire so hard on you. You will have no idea what the hell just happened to you. Because when you use this specific technique, you will open up to the other person. You will not be able to hide your ulterior motive because rapport opens you up honestly. You cannot hide your thoughts anymore, but at the same time, the other person will open up to you as well. So if you use that, you can never use it for manipulation, no matter what you want. It only works if you're 100% genuine and have the best possible agenda for the other person in mind. Is that clear? Do I have your promise that you won't abuse this? Good. So the first thing that you want to do is you notice something exceptional about it, something out of the norm. Maybe they use a certain word in a different way, or maybe they have a certain accent, maybe they have a certain dressing code, or they have something that is out of the ordinary. Let's say they have let's say they have an e-commerce store and they deal with the customers directly instead of having vendors. Like let's say they are selling spices and they're selling it to their vendors directly and to their customers directly instead of using a store, right? So you could say, I noticed you're dealing directly with your customers. That's the noticing. Step 2. You make a statement on it, which is expansion and supply, right? So that's unusual in that niche. Step 3. You expand with a deepening question. So why is that? What made you do it differently? Why did you choose to do that? Step 4. You listen for something that helps you get through. You can see it's the same thing again. Deconstruct, expand, supply. Deconstruct, expand, supply. So you're saving 30% by dealing with the customer directly. Man, that's massive. Congratulations. So how are you dealing with the fulfillment on that? Can you scale that? Step 5. You repeat step 2 to 4 until you are deep. And try this out in the role play. You will notice that you get so energetic, such in flow with your conversation. You'll suddenly have a very deep connection. And because you use the desk triangle here, deconstruct, expand, supply, you will be able to find and pick, cherry pick the things you know about. You will have a great flow of conversation. You will connect with the other person and look like an absolute authority. And in the last step, in step 6, you take all this accumulated energy and transfer it to the topic that you had. For example, love it. So let's see how we can apply this to your issue that you cannot scale. So what are your thoughts on that? And when you have charged them with positive energy, with this great connection, they will give you the whole shebang. They will give you everything on a silver tablet, and you will be able to easily, like almost no brainer, you will be able to close them on anything. So I'm going to tell you how it, like, listen to how this sounds, okay? When I say it. Well, Mr. Prospect, I noticed you're dealing directly with your customers. That's unusual in that niche. What made you do it differently? Oh, so you're saving 30% by dealing with the customer directly? Hey, that's massive. Congratulations, man. So how are you dealing with the fulfillment of that? Can you scale that? No, huh? And then we have like some fun chit chat, right? Love it. Okay, let's see how we can apply this to your scaling problem. Like, what are your thoughts on this? And that's it, folks. Desmond, Gail, any thoughts on that?
Yes. So I know Adam put love it. Okay. This again is the dance. Personally, I may not use the word love it, as we learned from it. My personality, again, I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be condescending or arrogant, but the love it tends to come more from the high energy sapphire, or it depends. If I'm dealing with a sapphire person, I might say love it. Choose your words carefully. If I'm dealing with someone else that's more, pragmatic, emerald or ruby, I might say, makes sense, right? This makes sense. Yeah. Great. Okay. Even the great, I stay away from those because typical salespeople use those terms. I'll just say, okay. Is it making sense? So let's see how we can apply that. Is this making sense? Emeralds will get that. Are you following? Are you able to sink your teeth? Are you following me? Is this making sense? Can you see this working? So let's see how we apply that to your problem. And especially when you're dealing with a Ruby, what are your thoughts on this? Very powerful phrase. When you speak to a Ruby, ask for their opinion. They love to own the opinion. Rubies love to own the opinion. That's why getting them to press the equal buttons as well too. Let them feel like their opinion matters. Don't tell them what to do because they hate to be submissive. Okay? So we're going to leave it at that. Who got some massive value from this evening's training? And we're just getting started here. Just want to show you this quick image. CIB, we know coming up, it may not already be at a live event just because of restrictions and we want to be safe. But that does not mean that you could not have a photo on the left with you holding a plaque. And it's going to come from B2B sales much faster. Much faster. It's going to come like a tsunami when you actually start to master B2B closing. In fact, getting up on stage, again, I'm not putting down B2C is something I love, enjoy, and we all master it. It is the absolute best. But when you get up on stage and you collect a 7-figure award from one deal you close or 3 deals you close in the last fiscal year, let's use B2B terms, right? In the last quarters, in the last 4 quarters, last term, that's you. I want you to picture that. I want to leave that thought with you. Please help me give a shout out, round of applause, appreciation to Gael and Adam. They put in countless hours as well, working with me behind the scenes. I'm not easy to work with, to aggregate all the data, the role plays, and bring this content to you. We do this with the utmost humility. We're here to share in our experiences. We do not claim to be the be all end all. The best thing that you can do if you really appreciate this class is give respects to our mentor, Dan Locke, and go forth, pay it forward, go get some results, post your results in the inner circle, share it with even the HTC, or even if you're an HIC, share it. Never forget where you came from. Even if you're no longer with the community down the road, never forget where you came from. I'm telling you, it paid. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe the older I'm getting more woo-woo or whatever it is, namaste, as Dan Penny would say. But I'm telling you, there's an energy out there. Karma is a bitch. Pay it forward. Help someone else, deliver value, give respect and credit to where you learned it from, and never ever let ego get in the way. We've seen it time and time again, and it's saddening. It's never perfect. I've been through my trials and tribulations. I've been through ups and downs. No one's perfect. But take the ego out of it. It's priceless. You will live in a life of abundance through B2B closing, B2C closing, copywriting, other high income skills, whatever it is. Take the ego out of it. Okay, that's my last message to you. And let's wrap it up with some assignments. Gael and Adam, maybe you can help me to go through these.
It's been a very deep class, a lot of content. Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, it's perfectly fine, Gael. You go first. It's okay.
No, we've gone through a lot of content: discovery, clarify, quantify, formula to dig deeper in the questioning and in the pains. Adam went through a very deep DES framework that is very helpful to clarify and then eventually quantify those questions. Next class, we'll spend more time on role plays, absorb this information. The key point in this closing meeting is understand the metrics, but metrics that matter for the C-level executive that you speak to. So it's not a matter of remembering by heart all of the terminology in the glossary there, but understanding the metrics that actually matter and use them so that it's casual in the conversation to put you as a business consultant. So I encourage everybody to practice discovery, clarify, quantify, the DES triangle, and build one ultra high ticket pyramid using a prospect of yours or a company that you're familiar with, because it will position you as the business consultant instead of a one-sided salesperson. Adam, any thought to wrap up?
Yeah, very, very important. What we really want to see, guys, when we were looking for posts of UHTC, we saw almost no one post their takeaways for UHTC. So the question is, do you want to be able to provide value to brothers and sisters that couldn't make it today? Do you want to provide value to the family and help them see and make them, even maybe you can like incentivize them to revisit the replays and come live next time? Do you see how much value there is if you can be picked live for a role play, if you can get some live coaching? So make sure to post your takeaways from UHTC. And I'm going to give you a special talent. Post your takeaway right now while they are still hot in your mind. And when you watch the replay, post the learnings you made from today to then. Create like 2 takeaway posts and see how fast you grow just in a short amount of time by just focusing on that, and spread the word. We want to see the chat explode next time. So make sure to really share. Don't hide behind the bush. Ask questions
Adam,
too.
Yes, Adam, I just want to quickly stack on top of that. I'm sorry to cut you off a little bit, Adam, is ask questions. Well, how would you like to have your DNA in class 4, part 2? How would you like to have your DNA in class 4, part 2. No, Ivan, not like that, not in your blood, right? But by asking very specific questions, and I'm going to ask community, Dana, if you can make a note of this, all right, in the next 7 days, questions that are aggregated in the chat, okay, about very specific. Be specific. We'll pick a couple of the best ones that everyone is very similar to having a dinner with Dan, or the quality of the questions you ask will be the quality of the answer you'll get. So, but dealing with certain types of role play situations. I'm going to put it out there. I can't guarantee you'll make it into the content, but there's a couple of, opening spots. I already, Gael, myself, Adam, we're looking at it, and we're looking at some of the things that can best solve problems or issues or challenges you might have right now, some real life situations. Maybe you don't have it, maybe you do, okay? But we're giving you that opportunity. If you're in already B2B and you would like to role play or see how a situation would be role played, break it down for us. If you have to shoot even a short Loom video, right? Or post a video that you can post in Inner Circle, right? Don't make it more than, don't go off in a long story. 5 minutes, under 5 minutes. Post a Loom link. Dana, just make sure that they've got permission. Those posts get approved, and we will review. We'll pick maybe the top 2 or 3, and we'll break it down, and we'll do some role plays to actually explore how to handle those situations in a B2B scenario. How would you like that? Okay. And on a high note, don't forget, I've got this $100 I'm waiting to give to the first individual. Who's it going to be? Type in the chat. That's going to get the $100 you can put towards education for actually getting a thank you in the form of a referral from a B2B client. With that, you are a trusted advisor.